Okay. So I'm calling this session to order. Welcome to Petersheim 2023. This is the Wednesday session. These are faculty presenters, and welcome to those online. Faculty presenters of URC Research Awards. They're here to present the fruits of their supported research from Seton Hall. My name is John Buschman. I'm Dean of University Libraries and Associate Provost for Research and Innovation. Before I start, very quick opening remarks, and I will tell each speaker this. I will give you the 3-minute, I'll raise all 3 fingers and tell you how much longer you have. My opening remarks will not take 15 minutes. I want to thank Norma Rubio for doing, I'm just the talking head here, the sort of Wink Martindale host. Norma Rubio did all of the work pulling the faculty together and getting the session scheduled. So without much further ado, the significance of research cannot be understated. It's an integral part of society, as research can help us understand an issue better than before. The main purposes of research are to gather evidence for theories and to contribute to developing knowledge in a field of study. Curiosity is the key to asking great questions in research, which can contribute to cost savings or costs avoided, or increases in revenue, profits, or funding. It can aid genetic diversity, habitat conservation, and ecosystems, contribute to new or amended guidelines or laws, change in prevailing values, attitudes, beliefs, and helps individuals and groups better cope with changes that might otherwise have a negative impact. And I will add on to that, my personal favorite, helps us to understand our democratic society and its function much better. The impact of your research, speaking to all the faculty who are presenting today, might not be immediately obvious. However, all research can contribute valuable knowledge, better understanding, and has the potential to create change for future generations. In today's event, we will see how the curiosity at Seton Hall University has taken research to many areas, such as health sciences, business, theology, history, education, chemistry, and physics. So let's get into our speakers of this morning. The first is exploring health science faculty perceptions regarding their readiness to teach online. The authors, the awardees, are Natalie Neubauer and Genevieve Zip. Natalie will be the presenter. She is Director of Clinical Education and Assistant Professor in the Department of Speech-Language Pathology. She's dedicated to building innovative experiential training opportunities for graduate students involving technology, hands-on practice, and interprofessional experiences across pediatric age groups and populations. Her research interests include pediatric feeding disorders in schools, interprofessional education and practice, clinical supervision, innovative teaching modalities, and clinical simulation. Dr. Zip is professor in the Department of Interprofessional Health Sciences and Health Administration. She is also the director of the Center for Interprofessional Education and Health Sciences at SHIMS. Her research interests focus on several major lines of inquiry, including A, effects of practice schedules in implicit and explicit motor learning, B, effects of performing differing dual tasks on walking performance and postural sway in children and adults, C, use of diverse teaching strategies, including use of videos, train-the-trainer models, and mind mapping in professional education for the promotion of critical thinking skills, and D, evidence-based practices promoting the scholarship of teaching and learning. So without further ado, our first presentation, Dr. Neubauer. Welcome. Slide.
No, I had already given it to Tej. I was told not to bring it.
To who? Who did you send it to?
To Tej.
I don't know who that is. Do you, are you able to access it from anywhere?
Unfortunately not. I was
Oh, okay. So who did you send it to?
to Tej.
Who's that? Do you have his email?
I'd have to look.
Says she doesn't have access to it, so,
Pull it up via email.
okay. You want to log into your email?
Yes.
Okay. Well, actually, you won't be able to, because we're running the teams from this.
They told us like 1,000 times, they told us that we need to send in our PowerPoints.
Yeah,
I-
that's why I didn't bring it.
Like, so we emailed them our PowerPoints.
Who did they get emailed to?
The graduate student, service, the somebody.
Okay.
Who was on it?
Is there a Dropbox somewhere that, or OneDrive? somewhere?
Bobby, Natural Bragada was the person that emailed.
This person.
Okay.
This should be, this should be.
And you said you sent it, and can you go into your sent folder and email it to me?
Oh, it says that.
Try to do
This has been.
it. So, sorry.
No, it's all right.
We all thought that.
No, we were under the impression that people were bringing
Oh, you know that.
their presentations, so, we'll get it sorted out and we'll move on.
Just trying to see where. Can't find the email. Let me see.
It's tricky sometimes the way that threads nest.
It's coming up. They also had sent it to Norma, so let me see.
Maybe Norma has them all.
Trying to get-
Do we want to,
You can sweat.
go next and,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Here, let me give you my email so that when you find it, you can just send it straight. It's,
Yeah.
That's the presentation.
where'd you get it from?
Norma had it from the, I guess the graduate
It's
session.
Norman had it, okay.
Yeah. I'll get the rest. She has the email, so.
Gotcha.
You can
Sorry.
send Norma just the email I just sent her. So it's in there, this one.
Hang on, sorry.
So go to the Anycast. And then this one. Get ready, just copy the desktop so I can grab this.
Okay, it's just this presentation.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
his readiness. Yep. That's
Got it. All right.
Thanks.
All right, we found them,
Okay.
or found this one. Okay. Second, and is there any audio in this presentation?
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. So I want to introduce myself again because there's just one small change. My name is Natalie Neubauer. I'm actually the Assistant Dean for Undergraduate and Clinical Education in the School of Health and Medical Sciences. I do a lot of interprofessional work, and it was very exciting, this research to do with my partner, Dr. Genevieve Zip. With the pandemic and a lot of teaching going to a remote form of instruction, we really wanted to identify from health science faculty, particularly their readiness to teach online using the scholarship of teaching and learning, and two parts specifically, which I'll talk about today, their value of teaching online, so what they feel is the importance and their attitude towards that, as well as their particular confidence, which would be also defined as their ability ability to teach online. So really those two elements are really important. So in addition to the fact that remote instruction has happened and has been extremely robust since the pandemic, teaching online historically has been something that has happened at institutions around the country, maybe not as much as it is now, but with technological innovations, it offers the opportunity for people to teach their students online and provide a medium or a modality for them for learning instruction. What ends up happening with many health science faculty in particular is they come from clinical settings and become a professor at the institution and may not necessarily have had any type of experience or exposure to this area of practice. So we wanted to identify specifically what those needs are and have a direction in terms of specific instruction that we could provide to them and resources in order to be the most effective instructor following those principles of the scholarship of teaching and learning. So these are, this is the conceptual framework. So we use the readiness theory. The other piece, of course, which we had one question on is, what is their view or how do they define active learning in an online learning format? So it was essentially this triad, and this would help us to understand their state of readiness and what else we would need to offer to them. So one of the things that we did was also to identify what do they perceive as the specific supports that they need and the barriers that they are facing, so we can try to circumvent those issues in particular. So we did an embedded mixed method study design. We used the faculty readiness teaching online instrument, and we also had self-generated, which we went through a Delphi panel, qualitative questions, specifically focusing on, again, their definition of active learning, what supports they felt that they need for online learning, specifically those barriers, and what they would need for online adoption. So it was cross-sectional, one moment in time, and of course, this was an exploratory study. So these are our research questions. So this highlights specifically all those specific areas for which we were doing an investigation. So we included all full-time faculty within SHIMS. There were 52 individuals, which we sent by email this particular study. They had to obviously be able to read and understand English. So we use an email list in order to access those particular faculty. So it was purposeful sampling, self-generated list. So essentially, there were several components to this. There was a brief introduction. We wanted to get an understanding, just the lay of the land of, you know, how long faculty had been at the institution. Are they working full time? You know, do they work in multiple programs? What their particular age group as well. So we'll get into that momentarily. Then we did the faculty readiness teaching online instrument. And this looks at those two constructs of attitudes towards online learning, as well as a perceived ability for online learning. So there was a 5-point Likert scale. So in terms of the attitude construct, from non-important to very important, as well as the ability construct, I believe I can do it, I believe I cannot do it at all, to I can do it well. So there were 4 categories: course design, course communication, time management, and technical competencies. Technical competence. And then we had those 4 open-ended questions targeting understanding of active learning, what faculty support they need, the perceived barriers, and of course, factors to consider for online adoption of teaching. As I mentioned, for our open-ended questions, we use a Delphi panel, so we got 80% achievement for each of those questions to ensure the face and the content validity. In terms of our analysis of question 1 and 2, which focused on attitude and ability, we calculated the level of readiness using descriptive stats, specifically means and percentages. And then for our data analysis, of course, we used descriptive and in vivo coding to come up with categories after we coded it and particular themes. So these are the results. So we ended up having 8 faculty, which is a small return rate, but it does give us some interesting data, which I'm going to share now. So we had a broad range at least of different disciplines. So we had 4 PTs, so that's physical therapy, 2 occupational therapists, 1 physician assistant, and 1 athletic trainer. 4 of those individuals primarily teach within their own professional area, but they do teach across disciplines. 5 of them teach full time and have been there for over 10 years. And then, of course, we had 3 who were teaching for 4 to 6 years. 8 of them had advanced degrees, so doctoral level, and 2 of those individuals held an advanced degree specifically in higher education. Our age ranges were 45 to 57. And I thought this was interesting that 5 of the 7 faculty use online asynchronous forms of instruction. However, only 1 had ever received any type of formal training in active learning environment and teaching online. So in rating their attitude towards course design competencies, the things that they felt that were the most important was having knowledge and information and resources on how to organize their instructional materials to teach online, and also how to go about writing measurable learning objectives to be able to teach specifically in this format and be able to assess students' outcomes. They actually said, which is interesting because later on they felt the least confident in their creation of their ability to be able to create instructional videos, that they felt that that was the least important. So it's interesting that they found something that was the least important when they felt the least confident. So it's possible that they were, shying away from that because they need more knowledge. So I thought that that was an interesting finding. 7 of the 8 faculty provided responses on specific course communication competencies. So all forms of communication for online learning they felt were extremely important. So that would be another area to provide training and research for them on. The only ones that they felt were only somewhat or not important were sending email reminders to the participants about online learning, because the current generation is very tech savvy, so they probably would be able to do that on their own. The use of synchronous web conferencing tools, and I thought this was an interesting one. They didn't find it important to apply accessibility policies to accommodate students' needs, which in my personal opinion, I was actually surprised that that kind of came as a result. And then in terms of course time management competencies, they felt it was important to have time to be able to facilitate the online course and utilize the features and learn about a learning management system online. But that they didn't feel that they needed dedicated time specifically for grading assignments or learning new strategies. They only found that to be somewhat important. And then in terms of technical competencies, they felt that just knowing the operations of the learning management system and being able to navigate it was highly important. And using the course roster and the learning management system to be able to engage in dynamic group collaboration was a big thing. And then again, interestingly, creating and editing videos was not all that important. And then lastly, we have their perceptions of their ability in course design competencies. So all of them were very positive, except 2 faculty that said maybe they could create instructional videos. And then in rating their course communication competencies, again, most of the faculty, so 6 out of the 7 that responded were very positive in their ratings, with only 1 faculty saying that maybe they could create and moderate discussion forums, communicate the expectations on behavior, and apply those copyright laws. So again, maybe more training in that area and understanding how to go about doing that might be important. And then course time management competencies, again, they were generally positive in their perceptions of their confidence to perform different functions of course time management. They said that maybe they could do it specifically for scheduling specific weekly hours to facilitate the online course, and spending weekly hours to grade assignments and allocating time to learn about new strategies and tools. So that kind of said to me that they need more understanding of how to go about actually managing the time to do that. So that was an interesting fact. And course technical competencies, again, generally positive, with 5 to 7 faculty saying they could do it or do it well. But again, here's where 2 faculty noted that they were a little bit unsure of themselves in terms of creating and editing those videos, and using the course roster and the learning management system to set up the online collaboration. In terms of when asked which type of supports help them while preparing to teach online, it was interesting that they said professional development, of course, training and webinars, having like one-to-one consultation with instructional designers. So that's where TLTC would help them in this way. The online help desk and utilizing resources online. And peer mentoring. So somebody who may have a little bit more experience with this. So qualitatively, in terms of what their perceptions of the active learning environment online, they felt it's engaged interactions that seek to develop critical thinking. It engages students, interactive between the instructor and other students, learning with lots of participation assignments and involvement, proactive and experiential opportunities. So I thought that was interesting in terms of some of those themes for active learning. What type of supports do they need? So they want more training in pedagogy and just the logistical aspects, probably specifically since they mentioned learning a little bit more about the actual interface itself, and also the time to be able to do that. So that was important as well. And then our barriers. So these were the top 5 barriers that they mentioned. Most of the faculty said, yes, there are barriers. So larger classes makes it difficult to get to know each student. A lot of them don't turn their cameras on. Certain topics are better served in person. They need more time, again, to be able to prep their lectures and grade their assignments. And of course, adherence to the university standards regarding teaching online and their accreditation standards for their particular discipline. In the adoption of online teaching, they said they need to consider their accreditation again. That there needs to be training. Also, students need to be oriented to online teaching. They need that time again, and they need to be able to learn how to manage a new online course and course objectives. So limitations, just to finish up. We had a small sample size, so it was difficult to generalize that. We use self-selection. There may be some response bias as well. And then our discussion. So the Faculty Readiness to Teach Online tool did provide us with a nice understanding of faculty attitudes and abilities in the area of online learning. What we learned is that utilizing tools like this helps us to reinforce and understand what we need to do to support faculty for their readiness to teach online. And that the training and the support that faculty have can help to maximize student outcomes on this type of platform. And then finally, it's not only that it's one's readiness to be able to provide teaching in an online format, but faculty need to be motivated to want to teach or provide instruction in this type of particular format as future health professionals. So I thank you, and any questions and comments are welcome. Thank you. Yes, so actually what we are doing right now is we have already gotten IRB approval, and we're in the process of doing qualitative interviews with additional faculty. We've actually done 5 so far, so we are collecting more data because we thought this was really interesting and could have a broader audience. So thank you for that question. Yes.
I just recommend you to have a contact with Dr. Sona Patel. This is very much publishable. So when you get the data from
This is actually published in the Journal of Allied Health. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I will. She's in my department. I'm in speech pathology, so I will connect with her as well. Thank you. That's a great suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah, and first of all, having done some teaching online, I can certainly say, yes, it takes a heck of a lot more time, and I think that's something that's not widely recognized. Sort of a perception, well, it's quicker and easier to teach online. No, it's much more difficult. But you mentioned copyright issues, and one of the things in the second copyright librarian, you know, Kyle and I have done quite a lot of sessions on copyright, but given the time it takes.
You know what?
Issues I see with dissertations and so on, we've had some serious copyright violations at times, so we'd love to help.
Yeah, and I think, you know, kind of getting it out in a centralized location, so it can certainly feed through me as the representative for SHIMS to share. You know, I know that they can go and kind of see when those things are, if they're going to seek them out. And those emails do come out, but to kind of present that, you know, directly from SHIMS might be helpful as well. You know, here's, you know, some information that could help you, you know, with your online learning, if you're unsure, or, you know, what the policies are at Seton Hall. So, you know, please feel free to share any resources that you have, and I'm happy to do that.
To have something like, instead of trying to do it synchronously, which is what we usually do, and we don't get a lot of attendance.
I mean, asynchronous can be good, right? Are they usually in person or are they virtual?
Done both.
Yeah, because I know virtual tends to be better.
Had very little attendance.
Yeah, so I'll think about it, but I mean, it's a great resource. So it would be wonderful for our faculty to be able to utilize that.
Did help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome back online. We're back. Our next presenter is Gregory Glazoff, Professor and Chair of Biblical Studies. His areas of specialization are embedded in his dissertation on the structure of biblical prophetic call narratives, and articles on biblical anthropology and medical ethics. His current projects include a textbook on wisdom in the Psalms, a Catholic theology of Judaism, an article on Revelation and the Holocaust, and a database of 100 Jewish and Catholic writings on the Holocaust, sponsored by the Catholic Biblical Association and USCCB's Confraternity for Christian Doctrine. Dr. Glazoff, I will chat you when you are at the 3-minute mark, okay?
Okay, but this is going for 10 minutes or 12 minutes?
It is scheduled for 15 minutes
15 minutes.
until 11:25. We usually leave a Q&A session at the end, but
Okay, very good. So I'll go for 10 minutes. I've got a class at 11:30. Shall I start?
yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the honor of presenting my research at the Petersheim Academic Expo of 2023, also as a result of the Provost Fellowship for some research of 2022. I'm working on an extended project, as announced, which is a very, very large database of the way in which the scriptures are cited in theological reflections on the Holocaust. So there are, for example, many Jewish writings on the Holocaust, and there is an Oxford University Press anthology of such writings. You can see that they include writings by religious philosophers such as Martin Buber and Abraham Joshua Heschel, and Rubinstein and Emil Fackenheim. So this OUP anthology contains 44 Jewish writings on the Holocaust. And as I was writing an essay for OUP on the theme of revelation after the Holocaust, I became very interested in the way in which the scriptures are cited to guide reflection on the Holocaust. So, for example, in this anthology, there are a number of Jewish religious philosophers who focus on scriptural passages to guide thought on the Holocaust. For example, a thinker by the name of Paley refers to the sacrifice of Isaac. An atheist thinker by the name of Donat also refers to the sacrifice of Isaac and refers to that sacrifice in speaking of the death and the sacrifice of young children. So the sacrifice of Isaac figures in many reflections. the book of Job, of course, in the scriptures is the greatest exploration of the problem of innocent suffering. So that model is, that figure is also cited by thinkers. And very often these thinkers approach, they come to very, very contrary conclusions. But in the anthology, there are basically sort of like 7 or 8 models on scriptural models that are cited. So I became very interested in seeing the way in which these scriptures are cited, and I began to track every single scripture and ultimately to put it into a database, an Excel database. And I ended up tracking the scriptures as well as rabbinic writings and other canonical texts from 44 thinkers, and it ended up with a sort of a database of 1,400 rows, including not just the scriptures that are cited, but the main questions that are being asked by these religious philosophers on the Holocaust, the answers that they were given, and many other categories. And as a result, so you can see here's an example of what the database looks like. There was a column you can see for scripture cited and the frequency of how a particular text is cited in a particular text, and the explanation of the scripture, how the Holocaust is defined, the questions asked, the answers given. And I'm able to then sort on all of these columns. So therefore I can see, I can classify the questions that are being asked, the way in which the questions are being answered, how and what the most popular and what the most frequent groups of scriptures are. And as a result, then I can categorize and group these citations and these categories. And as a result, I've come up with models that complement and add to the models that I have found in the Jewish writings. So it turns out that the most frequent, perhaps the most prominent model is that of the birth pangs, eschatological distress, the book of Job being the second one. And so there are about like 25 of such models. Now, as a result, then this database then has begun to be migrated to the internet via a colleague in Australia who is a database specialist. And now I also have a student, an MA student, Ann Callahan, who's going to be helping me on developing this model and transferring the Excel spreadsheet data to a bona fide Python Django database format. And but now we're in the process of developing the Christian side of the database, and on the Christian side, then there are a lot of Vatican writings, there are a lot of papal writings, there are a lot of and so I began with assembling all the citations on the Holocaust and the way in which the scriptures are used by the recent popes, by John Paul II, by Benedict. And in the course of that, I was asked by the director of our Institute for Judeo-Christian Studies to also make a presentation on the way in which the founder of this institute, Monsignor John Osterreicher, also invokes scriptures in his Holocaust writings. Now, Monsignor Osterreicher is one of the most sort of magnificent, greatest, powerful Catholic opponents of Nazism. And he was born in Austria. He has Jewish background, became a priest. And in 1939, he fled from Austria, I believe, to Paris. And in Paris, he started giving radio broadcasts, anti-Nazi radio broadcasts on Sundays, in which he would preach on the lectionary readings of the day, and in an anti-Nazi manner. And then the Nazis got quite close to him, and the Gestapo discovered where he lived, and they knocked on the door of a neighbor by by their mistake, and he realized that they were very, very close to arresting him. So he decided to flee again. He burned all of his work there, not to incriminate his friends, and went then to United States, and shortly thereafter founded our Institute for Judeo-Christian Studies, and from there wrote many, many leading books. The chief project was to create a bridge to renew relations between Catholicism and Judaism, and to be a bridge builder between Catholicism and Judaism. Hence, the publication, The Bridge, which was a leading publication, which is a leading project here. And in the course of that, also many of these writings, of course, touch on the Holocaust. And now, so I classified. I went through all of these writings, and I classified his use of scripture there as well. And to begin with, I focused on a number of texts. You can see these texts here that are sort of articles and book chapters, but I did not take stock of this last text of his, which is the German original of his radio sermons from Paris in 1939 and 1940. Well, he thought that he had burnt everything. He thought that he destroyed those texts, not to incriminate his friends. But in the 1970s, Jesuits from the Vatican contacted him, who specialized in, Christian anti-Nazi literature, and said that the Gestapo was actually keenly listening to him and transcribing these sermons, and that there is actually, therefore, in a Nazi archive, a transcript of all of those sermons of his, and so he published them I believe, 1977, in a German, in the original. And so the director of the Institute for Judeo-Christian Studies, Father Lawrence Frizzell, alerted me to the fact that I had missed this major text. And so last summer, I applied for a grant from, this was part of my research grant, was to also take this text, to translate the text, and to mine it for its usages of scripture. So that is what I did. The text is 100 pages. I also translated the text, and then I reached out to Catholic University Press, and they are interested in publishing the translation, which would then also come with an introduction to the way in which he is invoking the scriptures. So having researched the way in which scriptures are used in Jewish writings, has put me into a good place for understanding how Osterreicher himself uses scripture, so I'm able to frame his and understand, but through my own research, his own perspective, and it's interesting how much my own sort of perspective and how my own insights are not only frame his works, but are corroborated by his works and tally and resonate with his works. So you see that the most frequent text that he invokes ultimately has to do with the category of weeping and lamentation, which also has to do with the theme of birth pangs. And so Osterreicher's fascinating, and so the plan is to produce a volume edited by Catholic University Press that would introduce these texts in light of Jewish writings. So that's the project. Okay, I think we've got like 4 more minutes to discuss some of these issues, and I'll open it up to questions. Should I turn the PowerPoint? Yeah, go ahead.
I have just a very quick question. Do you draw a connection between the citations, the biblical citations in his writings, and his later work on fighting anti-Semitism and a sort of ecumenical understanding? Yes,
absolutely. Of course. course, perhaps the PowerPoint highlights some of these themes towards the end. So let's see. So you will see that trying to get, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Right. For some reason, I can't magnify it by putting on the, making it full blown. But, you know, so for example, you know, so there are 4 slides to illustrate some of the motifs that he writes about in his later writings. So he, for example, has a theme that the Holocaust poses grave questions. You know, why was there an Auschwitz and other branches of hell? And so it's interesting, you know, that we see that he does not subscribe to a pseudo-existential view of the human condition as one of questions only and never of answers. He goes to counter this attitude, to ask God to grant him some insight, and not so lightly, and then explores that the Holocaust is also ultimately an assault on the Creator, to attack Jews as consciously or more subconsciously to plot against Christ. So this is a fulcrum of his thought in many texts. Another theme here. So on pain, tears, weeping, lamentations, and rabbinic responses. So he's very interested in seeing how the rabbinic vision is not a fairy tale. It takes us to the heart of things, and so he finds tremendous thought, depth, truth in rabbinic writings. So of course that's also a theme of his, more broadly in his writings. So he's very, very much into the bridge building between Judaism and Christianity, and so you can see that bridge building in his writings on the Holocaust and more broadly. Yeah.
Thank you. Unless there's another very quick question, we're close to being out of time. Thank you, Dr. Glazoff. Well
Thank
done.
you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, our next URC awardee and speaker is Dr. Joseph Padillo on the development of novel photoacids and photoacid catalyzed reactions. His research lab is centered around the development of new catalytic reaction platforms for organic synthesis. He is also interested in the use of visible light to modulate the reactivity and selectivity of organic reactions. In addition, he studies systems that exploit the reactivity of cationic.
Yep.
Okay, all right, good. You're not going to be like Weidman and ask me a question, are you? Okay. And anionic catalysts. So Dr. Padillo.
Thank you, Dean Buschman. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation from the organizers to be here. I do feel at the outset that I should say, despite applying for a URC award, I have never received one. So I am not but so if anyone's out there and, on the committee, I certainly will be applying again for a URC award. So please consider me for a future award. That would be fantastic. Doing what it's supposed to be doing. That's okay. Maybe that doesn't. Okay, so I wanted to start out by just, since the audience is comprised of my faculty colleagues that maybe might not know me, I thought maybe I would just tell you a little bit about myself. Okay, so I started out in Southern California. I started at community college, so I was a transfer student. Any transfer students in the audience? Nice. After completing my studies at Orange Coast College, I moved to Cal State Long Beach. While I was at Cal State Long Beach, I was an NIH RISE fellow. I worked in the lab of Professor Paul Benora. After that, I really moved outside of my comfort zone at the time. Okay, and I moved up to Northern California. Okay, and so I joined the graduate research lab of Professor Annalisa Franz. We're about 70 miles east of San Francisco, up at UC Davis. I fell in love with asymmetric catalysis, organic synthesis. I received an NSF graduate research fellowship. I was a Sloan Scholar. I was an NSF AGEP fellow while I was at UC Davis. Okay. And so I had a really successful graduate career. And so I, wanted to sign up for more. And, this is when I really got outside my comfort zone, and I moved to Princeton University to do postdoctoral studies with now 2021 Nobel laureate, Professor Dave McMillan. And although Dave's labs is really widely known for photo redox catalysis and organocatalysis, I did natural product synthesis in Dave's lab, and I made some really sort of large, complex natural products, and got my natural products, my synthesis stripes. And while I was there, I was supported by an NIH diversity postdoctoral fellow while I was in Dave's lab. So when it came time to start my independent career, I really moved far away. I moved about 50 miles north. Started my career at Seton Hall University in 2017. All right, so I apologize if you're not a chemist. Most of these slides are I suppose quite technical, but nevertheless, my research in my lab basically is centered around the development of new catalytic activation modes, new organic reactions. We're interested in using light. I'll just say that catalysis is one of the 12 principles of green chemistry, right? So you might have heard about green chemistry and how important it is, right? So this, we use catalysts to speed up chemical reactions, make reactions more efficient, have a more sustainable processes, right, for the betterment of humanity, all these sorts of things. Right? So I'm going to start out with some stories about one part of a story on some of the work we've done in the area of photoacids. So what's a photoacid? All right, well, a photoacid is the light that when it absorbs light becomes orders of magnitude more acidic. Right, so it absorbs light, becomes more acidic. They come in two flavors, so PAG, photoacid generators. This is diphenyl iodonium. When you shine light on this compound, it goes into an excited state. You get a homolytic bond cleavage. You get a radical cation. It picks up a proton from solvent and formally generates strong acids. Okay, and however, the parent compound photodegrades, right? So you don't get it back. The other sort of flavor are these sort of so-called PAH type molecules. So 2-naphthol is an example of that. These molecules will get photoexcited. They'll dissociate a proton, but then they recombine with the proton and they return to their initial state. Okay, so you can recover these molecules, right? So this is, maybe getting a little bit technical, but so the pKa is essentially a measure of acidity. Okay, how acidic something is, right? And so the ground state pKa of a naphthol is about 9.5. Okay, but after excitation with light, the pKa shifts to a pK star about 2.8. So this is over 1 million times, because this is a logarithmic scale. Okay, so it's 1 million times more acidic in the excited state. Now, one of the things that sort of draws us to these types of molecules is their modularity. So you can change the structure and you can change their photophysical properties. Okay, so you can have electron withdrawing groups on here, and you can shift where they absorb light, more in the visible, for instance, or depending on what you want to do, you can change the lifetime. So how long is an excited state? How long does it live? How long does it, and what can you do with longer lived excited states? And then the other thing we think about is the window, this window between ground state and excited state. And we can, as you start to change the structure, you can increase that window, and you can get, for instance, in this case, the dicyano now, over 1 billion times more acidic in the excited state. Okay. And so, getting into a little bit of like, how do we think about this? So, this goes into Huckel molecular orbital theory. So we have 2 electrons in a ground state oxygen lone pair. You shine light, one of those electrons goes into the excited state. Okay, and that excited state orbital is typically not located on oxygen. It's located somewhere over the aromatic framework. And so what ends up happening is you get a charge separated state. Right, you take electron density off of oxygen, which essentially leads to enhanced acidity. Alternatively, you can think about excitation of the photobase. You take an electron off of, when you think about acidity, you think stability of the conjugate base. So if you take one of those electrons off of that oxygen, you're delocalizing negative charge through the pi star, which leads to decreased basicity, right? So, alternatively, you can think of that as enhanced acidity. So photoacids have been used for polymer synthesis. Traditionally, they've been used in the context of so-called pH jump systems. So like if you want to change the pH of your system, you might shine light, release protons, drop your pH. Right? This is a sort of traditional uses. And really the question we had was, can we engage photoacids in catalysis? Can we use this enhanced acidity to do catalysis? And so some of the pioneering work in this area, this is work done by Ken Hansen, who we had out, a couple years back to give a talk, where his group used bromonaphthols to do excited state proton transfer, protonate silanes. This was the one that really got us excited. This was work done by Toshima's group with Schreiner's thiourea to do sort of photoacid catalyzed glycosylation reactions. Okay. And so we wondered, what else can we do? So here we're making CH bonds, here we're making CO bonds. We said, well, can we use photoacids to make carbon-carbon bonds, right? Which are very important for, a variety of sort of reasons. And so I'm just going to tell you part of this story. This is work done by, at the time, undergraduate Zena Salim. He's now a master's student in my lab who's graduating in August. Jason Sawe, PhD candidate, who's actually in the audience, sitting right there. And he's graduating in May. So bittersweet, my first PhD student who will be, moving on. But anyways, they were able to show that Schreiner's thiourea functions as a photoacid for double addition of indole to these aldehydes, okay? And so I'll take you a little bit through their optimization. So if there's no catalyst and there's no light, there's no reaction, right? If there's just shine light on this reaction, it doesn't work, okay? If you have just the catalyst in there, right, it doesn't work. But if you put the catalyst and light, all of a sudden you switch on reactivity, we get up to 85% yield, okay? And then you get a little bit of a bump if you use the 370 nanometer lights versus blue LEDs. And the reaction is catalyst loading dependent. So depending on the concentration or how much catalyst you use, right, the yield will start to drop, right? So if you go down to 1 mole % catalyst, you get, only 50% yield. All right. So it turns out that the sulfur, is very important for these reactions. You can take the CF3 groups off and go with diphenyl thiourea, and the reaction still works. However, if you swap out sulfur for oxygen, reaction completely shuts down, right? So the catalysts, these urea catalysts are completely inactive, and this is due mainly in part due to enhanced acidity that's imparted by the sulfur of the thiourea. So these guys were able to show this works for a wide range of aldehydes, electron withdrawing, electron donating. We could have sterically hindered orthosubstituted systems. We could have functional groups like alkynes on these molecules, and I'll come back to that briefly. We can have heteroaromatic aldehydes. Importantly, we can use aliphatic aldehydes, so non-aryl type substrates. And then also, this also works for synthesis of 3,3 substituted oxindole type functions. Okay. So, in a photochemical reaction, you always want to know what's absorbing light. It's one of the most important aspects. And so these thioureas do absorb, although the molar extinction coefficient is not terribly high, they do absorb around 370 nanometers. And so in terms of thiourea, the way we think about the excited state complex is we have 2 electrons in the CS bond. We excite one of those electrons into the pi star orbital, which is located over the aromatic ring, takes electron density away from that sort of CS bond, and those neighboring lone pairs on nitrogen now can delocalize through that sort of hole that's left behind, which leads to an enhanced acidity. And through some circumstantial evidence, well, we know in the ground state that Schreiner's thiourea has a pKa of 8.5. And we believe that upon excitation, we get a shift of about 3 orders of magnitude. So excited state Schreiner's thiourea is about 1,000 times more acidic. All right, so looking at some initiation kinetics, obviously there's no light, there's no reaction. As soon as you switch on the light, the reaction will go, okay? Interestingly, so, if we have no light, we switch on the light for an hour, we turn the light off, we put the reaction in the dark, the reaction continues to go. Okay, so what this suggests is that this reaction is photoactivated. It's photoactivated, not photodependent. Looking at some initiation kinetics, you need about 30 minutes of activation in order to turn this chemistry on. And so we did some substrate activation studies. If you just irradiate the catalyst for an hour, and then you add the indole and the aldehyde, you put it in the dark, there's no reaction. Okay, so irradiation of the catalyst alone does not activate the chemistry. You have to have a mixture of the aldehyde and the thiourea. You irradiate that for an hour. You add the indole, you put it in the dark, you get 70% yield. And so what this suggested to us is that there's a hydrogen bonding complex that's forming between the thiourea and the aldehyde. And it's activation of that complex that's important for this chemistry to turn on. And so I can't go through all the story, but in general, you know, a photoactivation of the complex generates an in situ generated acidic species, and then the reaction essentially proceeds via standard Bronsted acid catalysis. Okay, so protonation of the aldehyde reacts with an indole, get an indole alcohol. Dehydration gives you an indolenium ion, which then traps the second equivalent of indole and gives you your product, and then more importantly, will regenerate that in situ generated acidic species.
Say that, what? Regenerate.
Regenerates that in situ generated acidic species, or proton. And so it turns out that these molecules are biologically active. So these BIMs have been studied in a variety of different sort of cancer cells. And it also turns out that you know, triazoles have some interesting biological activity. And so with and so I showed you earlier that we could have these sort of functional handles on these sort of apparent compounds that we were able to access. And so we decided to use click chemistry, which won the 2022 Nobel Prize, right, was for click chemistry, copper catalyzed azide alkyne cycloaddition reactions. And so we've made a library of these triazole containing bisaryl methane type compounds. And I don't have time to go through all of that, but I just wanted to highlight some results that we have in collaboration with the Department of Biological Sciences, looking at the compound I just showed you. And it does show a sort of dose response inhibition of glioblastoma cells, which is certainly cool. So now I'm going to switch gears and tell you just a little bit about a project in the area of photoredox catalysis. So what's photoredox catalysis? So it's the use of visible light to enable single electron transfer between photoexcitable catalysts and organic and organometallic molecules. Here are some typical photoredox catalysts on the screen. So organocatalysts like mesotylacridinium, rubifium and iridium-based photocatalysts. And so the way these molecules work is you have 6 electrons in a T2G ground state. Upon excitation, you excite an electron from that T2G ground state. Following intersystem crossing and metal ligand transfer, you get a long-lived triplet excited state. Okay, now what's interesting about this excited state is that now you have a hole in that T2G ground state that can either accept an electron and function as a strong oxidant, or you can donate that excited electron and function as a strong reductant. So you can have an oxidant and a reductant in the same pot. Okay, so we became interested in these sort of arylated benzofuran type compounds. They're found in a variety of different pharmaceutically active compounds. So this is some work done by 2 very talented undergraduates. They were represented Seton Hall at the Big East Symposium, at Madison Square Garden, talking about this work. Shreya Watt and Karen Liu. And so they were able to essentially develop a Meerwein arylation, photocatalyzed arylation of benzofurans using diazo aromatic type compounds. And so this Meerwein arylation is the general reaction is a reaction of a diazo compound with electron deficient olefin to form an arylated olefin. This is the classic Meerwein arylation that was reported back in 1939. Using a copper catalyst, you arylate coumarin to form these 2 arylated coumarin. So how do we, access these arylated benzofurans sort of traditionally? Traditionally, we use a transition metal catalysis. It's palladium catalysis. So you can use palladium and couple diazonium with a aryl benzofuran. Alternatively, you can use an iodonium and palladium catalysis. And so our strategy is a photoredox strategy using a Meerwein arylation, which in the case of when we use ESNY, it's a metal-free type reaction. And so, this reaction basically worked right out of the gate. Using green LEDs and ESNY as our photocatalyst, we can get a mixture of C2 and C4 arylated products and up to 81% yield. This works also with a household light bulb like a CFL. Interestingly, though, if you just heat this reaction, you can get this reaction to go thermally, so around 46% yield. You can essentially generate that aeroradical using heat. However, you get a boost if you use the photocatalyst in this case. Just looking at the sort of preliminary reaction scope of this reaction, works for a variety of different substituted benzofurans. We've confirmed the regiochemistry by X-ray crystallographic analysis. Interestingly, if you block the 3 position, we get only the C2 isomer, and so we've synthesized a variety of these sort of compounds. The way we think about this mechanistically, we have our ground state E, S, and Y, which gets excited, goes into the excited state, which then can do single electron transfer to the diazo to release nitrogen, generate an aeroradical and oxidized photocatalyst. Aeroradical then will react with a ground state benzophuran to form a radical intermediate, which then gets oxidized by the photocatalyst to regenerate your ground state photocatalyst and a cation intermediate, which then after deprotonation, rearomatization gives you your product. So we've also been able to show this works for coumarin, pretty good yields, and we can do direct coupling to indole, although in sort of a low yield at this point, and we're working to optimize that process. So with that, I just want to finish by telling everyone about some of the lab activities that we do and outreach, right? So, my lab works tirelessly to sort of promote diversity in STEM, right? And so we're, here's the group at the 2019 ADSI, which is the Alliance for Diversity in Science and Engineering organization. I've been involved with SACNES for many years now, and many students, including Jason. Jason, you won the best organic graduate oral presentation at the SACNES meeting. Society for the Advancement of Chicanos and Native Americans in science, and so we're heavily involved with those organizations. I'm the co-advisor with Professor Cosimo Antonacci of the ACS affiliated student-run ACS Chem Club chapter, right? And we've received numerous awards. This was in 2019 at the Liberty Science Center. We were there this year. In 2019, we won first place for working with K through 12 students. The theme was marvelous medals, so the Liberty Science Center, fantastic venue. I always like this part where I show the Statue of Liberty, and I like to say that it's in New Jersey. Right? It's in New Jersey, because a lot of people think it's New York, but that's in New Jersey. So the ACS Project Seed, heavily involved high school students. We bring high school students to Seton Hall, right? They do research in the labs. They get a college level research experience. They're paid through the ACS and ACS Project Seed. And this year, in 2022, we brought back the Project Seed high school research symposium, where students came from about 7 or 8 universities to present their research. And then hopefully this year, we're hoping to bring back the big conference, which we've had, for the last 20 years. We have, over like 19 universities represented, bringing high school students from all over North Jersey and New York to come to Seton Hall to present their work, which is fantastic. So we've also developed a relationship with Montclair, Immaculate Conception High School at Montclair, where we do an annual STEM visit. Dr. Seebeck, his picture's not on here, but the head of school is a Seton Hall alum. And so we go every year and we do STEM education outreach, talk about chemistry, careers in chemistry, working with high school students in Montclair. So with that, I'd like to thank all my group members. They make all this work possible. Despite not having the URC funding, we do have some funding from the National Science Foundation to fund our work in photoacids. We've got some work from funding from Sloan Foundation to do our work in photoredox catalysis. Of course, I got to thank Seton Hall. The North Jersey ACS, supports a lot of our seed students. ICFNJ, right, has also supported some of our work. And of course, the New Jersey Space Grant Consortium and NASA, who supports undergraduate research on campus, right? So we're very thankful for all their support, and I thank you for the invitation, and be happy to answer any questions. Yeah, me too.
Of the light.
Yeah.
Continuous light or use of the pulse lights?
It's an LED light. Yes, it's continuous light.
Cheap kind of laser pulse lights that see that what's the effect of the pulse light.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want something with at least some broad surface area, because you have the reactive sensitivity running in a vial or in some sort of flask, so you need the light to we haven't looked at lasers. No, but
Of their wavelength, have you found some sort of threshold so that they start,
yeah. So this is something that Jason's been looking at. So we have some really interesting results with looking at different wavelengths, and you can, we get a lot of our lights from Kessel lamps. And initially they developed those lights for marine fish tanks. So it's like growing different corals and things. But then, then once the sort of chemistry community got a hold of these lights, then they started doing like science lights, and but yeah, so we find some interesting results. It depends on the catalyst. The thiourea catalyst tends to work in a variety of different lights, but for some of our other catalysts, for instance, we've been able to show that, you get sort of increased react. So like if you start at 370 and you move to 390 and then you move to blue light, right, the yield sort of goes up, and then if you go to green light, it's gone. You know what I mean? So green light will shut it off, and red light. So we do see, some optimal sort of wavelengths. Well,
there's no pattern? Found some sort of pattern, no?
what do you mean by pattern?
Consistently did that several times. Can you confirm that a specific one, so that this actually drops?
Well, I mean, we have increments, right? I mean, so we're limited by the sort of, there's filters that you can buy and different things. So like, but it's not like we say, okay, we're 456 nanometer. What happens at 457? Right? It goes 456 to 525 is the next one I've got. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I mean, and to be honest, I don't think it's that narrow of a range. There's some, it's a relatively broad absorbance profile.
Thank you. I'd like to put that the one you said that photo action changed the pH from 9.5 to 0.8. What do you know that in the reaction you're showing that? What's the pH in general in the reaction?
That's an interesting question. We haven't measured pH for the reaction that I showed you. We have done this, and we've got some other work going on in the area of photoacid generators, which is the sort of first flavor that I showed you. And we're able to sort of, show that the pH is, say 7, without photoactivation, and then we shine light, and then we're able to drop the pH to 2. You know what I mean? So we were able to see that. This is sort of a relatively new thing that we've been thinking about is what the pH is. And one of the sort of reasons, though, also is that a lot of these reactions aren't run in water, right? And so pH really only works in water, right? I mean, yeah, traditional pH, you can, yeah. Yeah.
And shift from biochemistry to biological system.
Yeah.
That is pH is a measure.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question is the catalyst in biological system called enzyme. And then in that catalytic reaction, that enzyme doesn't really involve the reaction. So I would like to make sure that your photo acid compound actually is a reactant or catalyst. If a catalyst by our definition, does not involve in the reaction.
Right. So one could argue that you're generating catalytic amounts of acid from a catalytic acid.
So the photo compound you have has some promote the reaction rate. We would call it a synergistic effect. We don't call that catalyst.
I understand what you're saying. And I think, doing things like pH measurements, certainly would be helpful to correlate, so like if you have 10 mol%, catalyst, do you generate 10 mol% proton? And if you do, then you could maybe argue that you're generating a catalytic amount of proton, right? Yeah.
But by my family.
But if you drop the amount of catalyst, the reaction efficiency goes down, like related to the amount of catalyst.
It's not involved in the reaction.
No, catalyst is involved in it. Absolutely involved. It's regenerated and not used up.
Right,
Right, but
it's not a reaction.
Right. That's right.
But anyway, interested, it's not really the same, but I'd like to say one section about us.
Okay.
We have an online question and then we have to move on.
Okay.
Can you tell us what it is? I don't see it on mine.
Well,
Oh, I can see, it's Mehmet, I can see it. What's
Yeah,
up?
Dr.
Yeah, I
Sahina
can hear you.
Hi, Joe. It's not a question, just an appreciation. Badilio's group is very active in the New Jersey Space Grant Consortium, NASA grants. I see some of the names, Jason, Zena, Karen. I really appreciate it. And I believe that they're going to apply to this year to summer. Thank you, Joe. Very good work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Mehmet, appreciate it. Yeah, we should note that we think, that those students, that have received support are, have been on papers that have been published, and we think, of course, the NASA in
Isn't that the traditional time where the graduate student asks you a challenging question and then destroys all your research?
he knows it better than I do, and I see Karen is also here, so she's also, one who did the photo redox work, so.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
So welcome back. Our next presentation is from Professor Robert Polito and John Melendez, MFA candidate from Columbia University. It's called Whistle Stop, Kenny Dorham and the Journey of a Texas Family. This is my first presentation with musical instruments, so, and it's my first presentation with Professor Polito too. So, who is, by the way, a professor in the Department of Political Science and Public Affairs here at Seton Hall and a former public interest lawyer. He received his BA cum laude from Rutgers, his law degree from Michigan Law School, and his PhD from the New School for Social Research. As a lawyer, he was lead counsel or co-counsel in several precedent-setting New Jersey cases involving public entitlements and housing rights. He researches and writes on civil liberties, executive power, constitutional law, critical theory, and contemporary political thought. His latest book, Bargaining with the Machine, was published in August of 2020 by the University Press of Kansas. John Melendez is an MFA candidate in creative writing at Columbia. He holds an MA in jazz performance from NYU and a BA from Columbia with English Department honors. His work has appeared in On the Run, Bluegrass Unlimited, and Foreign Policy in Focus. In 2020, he released an album of original jazz compositions entitled Desert Solitaire. He taught piano and composition at NYU and Art House Astoria and in the community through Columbia's Music Mentors program. I'll turn it over to Professor Polito and I'll give you the flag.
Thank you so much. This is a bit of a change of pace from the other presentations, and a little bit of a change of pace for me because I write about race and rights a lot, and so John and I started this project together, and we were trying to look at the life of Kenny Dorham, who's sort of an underappreciated giant of American music. Both through the lens of musicology, which is John's forte, and also through looking at some of the events in racial history in the United States. And there's an amazing number of convergences in Kenny Dorham's life with the Civil Rights Movement, with Reconstruction. His family goes back to, as you see from the slides, when they go, his family goes back, traces its roots back to East Texas in the Reconstruction period. And so we're going to start. We thought the best way to give a brief introduction to Kenny Dorham was to play two of his compositions. So like I said, a real change of pace from Dr. Badilio's excellent presentation. And we'll play, each one is 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the project. So the project, by the way, it's a completed manuscript. It's under review with the University Press, but those of you in the room who've done this know that that's a process, so that's where we are. Thanks. So that's one of the things that Kenny Dorham did is he introduced Afro-Latin rhythms to jazz. He wasn't the first one to do it, but he created a lot of music that brought that connection together. So that is a tune called Blue Bossa, like I mentioned. And this one is called Escapade, so it's a little bit more complex, but it also has some Latin inflected feeling to it. In the interest of time, maybe the best thing to do is, not to put you on the spot, but you're a jazz musician, so you can improvise. I'll run through the slides and maybe you could talk a little bit about the musicology of the project. Yeah, and I'll work the slides best I can. Go ahead. Yeah. And they'll just be like a backdrop, so just ignore me.
Oh, you want me to start?
Yeah.
We'll skip over that, yeah. So yeah, I think we were interested in playing some of his music, so like it's very hard to talk about something that he was really, there are so many intricacies to his playing that people were really, really admired a lot and drew a lot of inspiration from, particularly the way he used like tritone substitutions. But there's so much in the way that he writes music that was so surprising. And I did prepare actually a little bit to talk about this aspect of it. Some of the chords that he was using, when we were running through this week, I talked a little bit about this. Some of the chords he was using were sort of unusual choices in this composition. We just played Escapade. So where maybe a more conventional jazz musician would have something, a little bit more like this, maybe like. He then goes for this different sort of substitution and then resolves in a more kind of unconventional place he goes. That's E minor 7 to A flat dominant 7. That's the kind of conventional resolution to a D flat major. But he does something more like. And then he goes to these two minor chords. It's sort of more unexpected, and then resolves in this very surprising place. And then goes to that pedal that you kept hearing over and over again, which is just these two chords over a B flat, a G flat major 7, and a G flat major 7 with a flat 5. So. And so I think something that we were really struck by, and the reason that people talk about him, not just as a great trumpet player, but also as a great composer, is that he had such an understanding of harmony that really allowed him to make these compositions that no one else could have written, and was hearing things that no one else was hearing. And then to have those intricate chords and then put such a sort of beautiful kind of haunting melody on top of that. This particular composition he wrote for an album that he did with Joe Henderson, who's sort of a longtime collaborator of his. He's a very famous tenor saxophonist. And he actually was very generous with, rather than putting on one of his own albums, he actually let Joe Henderson use it for an album of his called Our Thing. And I was very intimidated to play this song a little because one of my favorite pianists, who Durham also recorded with, Andrew Hill, plays a really beautiful solo on this that I'm really trying to study a lot before we came to this. But yeah.
So thanks for coming and listening. I was going to point out that like the project, we really tried to, because of my background as a political scientist and who studies race and rights, and John's background as a musicologist and musician, we were trying to show all of the intricate things that he did as an artist, but also the kind of life and the complexity really of Black lives in America in general. But I mean, this was a family that came in enslavement to Texas after emancipation. They bought land, the 1870s in Texas, African-American farmers. It wasn't an easy life. And that sort of led to the family traveling through history at all these different times. So a sister who was active in desegregation, a brother who was an activist in California, and a friend of Huey Newton. So we tried, hopefully eventually the manuscript, published manuscript, will show that we wanted to maintain both focuses, both the musicological and the historical political. So thank you very much. We're going to clear out of here so the next person can come in. Oh.
Wonderful presentation. You give a different flavor. This is something that is very, very nice. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, continuing with our presentation, I'm here on behalf of Dr. Dean Buschman. My name is Norma Rubio. I am the compliance manager at the research office. Our next presentation is titled as An Evaluation of New Jersey CSI Schools. And the presenter is Dr. Jason Burns. Dr. Burns is an assistant professor in Seton Hall University K-12 program in educational leadership, management, and policy. His research uses quantitative survey and mixed methods to study school accountability, school turnaround, and decision-making in education. Dr. Burns' current research focuses on the effectiveness of school turnaround policies, how leaders implement turnaround policies, and the factors that contribute to the success or failure of turnaround policies. Dr. Burns.
So thank you, Norma, for that introduction, and thank you to everyone who's here and watching via Teams, and to the University Research Council for supporting this work. So my background is in policy evaluation, and so that is going to be part of what you see here. So I'm going to start off by talking about the policy context of what I'm studying here. So this falls under the kind of broad umbrella of school accountability. So this is the idea that what we should do sort of publicly is figure out which schools are lower performing, and then create policies to induce them to improve student outcomes over time. And so for this particular flavor of policy really is driven by federal legislation. It's called the Every Student Succeeds Act. So this was passed in 2015. Schools started implementing it. They were forced to be implementing it by the 2018-19 school year. And so what it does is it requires states or state education agencies to identify their lowest performing schools for what's called comprehensive support and improvement. So CSI is just short for that. And so what states are required to do is figure out these low performing schools, and then work with them or create policies, programs, and supports to turn them around, meaning to induce pretty quick and significant change or improvements in student outcomes. So how this works in New Jersey is the New Jersey Department of Education identifies the bottom 5% of schools using an index score. And so this index is sort of like a summative metric of school performance. This is created or calculated using proficiency in math and English language arts, using student growth in English language arts and math, chronic absenteeism, the academic growth of English learners or students who are limited English proficient, and high school graduation. And so the way that this is sort of unfolded or rolled out in New Jersey is the first set of schools were identified for turnaround in the 2017-18 school year. There was another set that was identified in the 2018-19 school year. And so the way that this worked is that schools would be identified in one school year, told that starting next year, you have 3 years to put together a plan to improve student outcomes. And the New Jersey Department of Education put out a range of resources and supports to help districts and schools navigate this. And so an important part of this is that it's really kind of up to the district. It's sort of a not exactly fire and forget kind of policy, but it's the state is sort of in charge of identifying which schools need additional support and improvement, kind of providing a menu of options that districts and schools can kind of pull from a la carte, and then it's up to them. And this is a really big contrast to more heavy-handed versions of accountability and turnaround that had been in place up to the Every Student Succeeds Act. So we've got this set of 125 total CSI schools. And so what you see here on the right is this is obviously a map of New Jersey. This actually shows the school districts across the state. And so the blue dots represent the first set of CSI schools. The orange squares represent the second set. And so what you can see is sort of concentrated in New Jersey's urban areas, places like Camden, Newark, Trenton, Atlantic City, things like that. And so I'm evaluating this by sort of being motivated by these two questions. So starting off, like, in what ways are New Jersey CSI schools and districts different from other schools in the state? And then second, did New Jersey CSI schools improve student outcomes in response to being identified for turnaround? So the data that I do, that I'm going to use for this, there's two primary sources. So one is called the New Jersey School Performance Reports. So this is a set of school level data that the New Jersey Department of Education releases annually. And so what I've done is gone through about 7 years worth of this data and figured out sort of how 1 year corresponds to the next, because things change quite a bit over time, and put together a panel of schools over time. So this has information on things like student characteristics, school characteristics, teacher characteristics, and then student outcomes. The other source of data that I look at to especially look at sort of the contextual piece comes from the American Community Survey. So this is conducted by the Census Bureau. So what they do is they gather a lot of social, economic, and demographic data on the public at large, and then they actually create a special sort of version of this data set that is at the school district level. So it lets you look at the communities that live in school districts. And what I'm going to do is use this data to compare the districts that have turnaround schools and the districts that do not have turnaround schools in New Jersey. So the way that I'm going to analyze or answer these research questions with this data, so one is just using some descriptive statistics to look at differences between schools and districts that are in CSI status, that are going through this turnaround process with other schools and districts across the state. The other, for more of the causal question of like, did this actually induce some sort of improvement in student outcomes? So for that, I'm going to use a method called regression discontinuity. So the intuition here, so this is one of the family of, we call them quasi-experimental designs that we use a lot in policy evaluation kinds of questions. And so this is really useful in situations like this, where you have an arbitrary cutoff. So the intuition here is that you have some sort of arbitrary cutoff that's used to sort elements, which could be students, or in this case, schools, into a treatment. So in this case, the bottom 5% of schools get put into this treatment and have to do this thing. And because this cutoff is arbitrary, the intuition is, well, a school at the 4.9th percentile and a school at the 5.1th percentile, how different really are they? And so the intuition is, because this cutoff is really arbitrary, that what we can do is compare elements, in this case schools, above and below this cutoff as though the assignment were random. So that's the intuition here. And this graph is sort of telegraphing what I'm going to show you in a little bit. I'm not going to show you like regression tables, but I'm going to, the other thing that's nice about regression discontinuity is it lends itself really well to graphic representations. So with the first question about the ways in which New Jersey's CSI schools and districts are different from other schools in the state, I'm going to start by looking at the communities that CSI districts serve. So the sort of highlight, as you can see here, is that the districts that run turnaround schools, the districts that have to sort of engage in this extra work of improving student outcomes, disproportionately serve very disadvantaged communities. So looking over here, the population in districts that have CSI schools is much more mobile. There's a lot less residential stability. They're also much lower levels of education. They have much higher rates of poverty, much higher rates of food stamp eligibility. They also have a much lower median household income, as you can see here. So the communities served by CSI districts are highly disadvantaged relative to the rest of New Jersey. And we see that mirrored within the schools themselves. So this is turning to school level data, where you can see that the schools that are going through this turnaround process disproportionately serve students of color, much higher shares of students who are Black and Hispanic. Also slightly higher share of students who are disabled, much higher share of students who are economically disadvantaged. And turning then to sort of the resources, sticking with this contextual piece. So CSI schools and districts have sort of the deck is stacked against them just because of the populations that they serve. So now I'm going to show you is the kind of resources that they have at their disposal to move through this turnaround process. So the sort of like there's who they're working with, and now there's what sort of resources are they working with. So starting off, this shows per pupil funding. On the left here, this is aggregate total per pupil expenditures. These next 5 sets of bars across are the components of this total per pupil expenditures. And so what you can see is that districts that serve CSI schools have lower per pupil funding. This is about $1,700 less dollars, or $1,700 fewer dollars in CSI districts than the rest of the state. And if we look at the breakdown or the disaggregation of where these discrepancies are coming from, they're coming from where you would not want differences, meaning they're spending less on classroom instruction, a little bit less on support services, and the difference looks small, but it's meaningful. They're spending less on administration. Turning next to the folks who are actually doing the work with students, providing instruction, leading buildings and things like that. There are some ways that but there's not a large discrepancy, and this is actually really interesting because when you look across the country, this is not the case for these first 2 things over here. In that teachers in CSI schools, these turnaround schools, they have similar levels of experience to non-CSI schools. They also have a very similar student-teacher ratio. And so in some ways, this is kind of encouraging because in a lot of states, the schools and districts that are going through this have massive staffing challenges. However, when we turn to sort of traditional measures of teacher quality, it doesn't look quite so rosy. So what I mean by that is fewer teachers in CSI schools have a graduate degree relative to schools in the rest of the state. The teachers in CSI or turnaround schools come to work less often. Also, when we look at retention and turnover, both teachers and administrators in turnaround schools have higher rates of turnover, lower rates of retention than across the rest of the state. So obviously this is concerning, another way in which sort of the deck is kind of stacked against these schools. So turning to my second research question, which is about whether being identified for turnaround actually induced student outcomes or induced improvements in student outcomes. What I want to start with is that the findings are preliminary. So there are two reasons for this. So one is because of the pandemic, we have 2 years where outcome data is either not recorded because standardized assessments were not administered in the spring of 2020, and they were not reliable in the spring of 2021. So we have some missing data for these 2 years. The 2021 to 22 school year is the first post-pandemic year, meaning it's more or less business as usual. The data is more reliable relative to pre-pandemic. The challenge has been that normally this data becomes available in the fall, like roughly mid-September or so. However, because of challenges, I don't know exactly why, but because of challenges in actually getting everything formatted, the data weren't released until about a week and a half ago. So I haven't been able to answer this second research question in the manner in which I would like. So what I'm going to show you is preliminary. So it's going to be based on results for the first cohort of schools that were identified for turnaround, because they're the only set of schools that actually have any sort of outcome data because of the disruptions from the pandemic. So at a high level, just going to give you a summary. And so what I'm looking at is traditional measures of student outcomes that we often look at in K-12 education. Also, these are the measures that are used to actually identify schools. So these are the kinds of outcomes that schools are directly incentivized to improve or respond to after being identified. So quick summary. So it looks like, again, preliminary findings, that CSI schools that were going through turnaround actually responded by decreasing chronic absenteeism. They got students coming to school more frequently, so that's good. I see a slight increase in 5-year high school graduation, another bright spot. However, that might be offset a little bit by a decrease in 4-year or what we would call on-time high school graduation. But I actually see no difference, at least in these preliminary results, in achievement, meaning proficiency or growth in English language arts or math. So I'm not going to show you graphs for everything, but I will just briefly kind of touch on how these illustrate those high-level findings that I was just sharing. So what this graph shows is change in 5-year high school graduation rate. So on the y-axis here, so this is our outcome, which is the difference in 5-year high school graduation rate from the year that a school was identified to the following year. So positive means they had higher graduation rate, meaning above 0. Below 0 would mean a lower graduation rate. On the left here, so this is the set of CSI schools. And rather than showing a dot for each school, they're just kind of grouped. So all the schools that fall kind of within this little bandwidth on the x-axis are grouped together into one dot. The line here summarizes the relationship between this metric that was used to identify schools and the outcome variable. And so really what we're looking at, or the thing that we're most interested in here, is this difference right here. So this dotted line represents the cutoff, that 5 percentile. And so these are the schools that were just below that. These are the schools that are just above that. And so in this case, the orange line being above the blue line, this represents sort of the causal estimate for how effective this CSI policy was at inducing changes in chronic absenteeism. So this represents about a 3.5%. So sorry, not chronic absenteeism. My apologies. This 5-year high school graduation rate. So this represents about a 3.5% increase in 5-year high school graduation rate relative to schools that just barely avoided being identified for turnaround. This is the graph then for chronic absenteeism. So Similar intuition in terms of like what I'm showing on the x-axis here. The difference is that on the y-axis, so this is change in chronic absenteeism from the year of identification to the first year of implementation. And because this is chronic absenteeism, lower is better in this case. So what that means is that fewer students are sort of truant. And so this represents a little bit smaller relationship, but this is a difference of just over 1%. So 1% decrease in chronic absenteeism after that first year of implementation. So these are sort of the preliminary results here. And so just to summarize or to highlight future directions. So what I'm in the process of doing right now is adding data from the 2021 to 2022 academic year, because this will allow me to look at summative changes in outcomes, because the 21-22 academic year is when schools that were identified in 2017-18 or 18-19 had an opportunity to show that they had improved and be exited, meaning the state could say, yes, you can kind of go back to normal now. You don't have as much oversight from the state, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'll be able to do is as soon as the data are integrated into my data set, I'll be able to look at these sort of summative changes. The other thing that sort of future direction is that there more recently have become some COVID data that's become more available, so that there's district level COVID data, meaning infection rates, case fatality rates, things like that. And the relevance here is because, as I showed in some of those those bar graphs, there are disadvantaged communities served by CSI schools and districts, and those were the same communities that were also most heavily impacted by the pandemic. And so what I want to do is to look at this pandemic to see whether that moderated efforts to improve CSI schools to get at more of a nuanced sort of understanding of what happened in these schools and districts. So thank you so much.
Apologize, I nipped out to get a little something to eat.
No problem.
But does the CSI designation tend to even out during its duration some of the spending differentials, or is it simply an administrative focus?
So the state approaches it more administratively. So and New Jersey is different from other states. States have a lot of leeway in terms of like how they go about implementing this. So the way that New Jersey has gone about it is kind of making a lot of tools and things like that available, meaning like, here's a way to conduct a comprehensive needs assessment. Or New Jersey, the State Department of Education has county level offices. So they're like, call these people if you need something. There's a very small amount of sort of discretionary money that the state has put towards this policy. And so districts can sort of ask for additional money to fund, various programs and things like that. So there's an opportunity for a little bit of money, but it's not going to offset the $1,700 per pupil gap.
Good to finally see you.
Yeah, same here.
I had a question. I'm wondering if in your field people benchmark against. I mean, one thing I heard you say over and over again is that the schools were kind of choosing what they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you go back and look at the data for Newark around like 2010, when, Zuckerberg swooped in and said, hey, I'll just throw a bunch of money at the problem. I wonder if how that data for this type of analysis compares to this approach.
So the heavy-handed approaches generally tend not to work well. And so that's for a few reasons. One of it, I think there's a little bit of resistance, like people feel like they're professionally being intruded on, saying like, get out of here, like I know what to do sort of thing. The other is oftentimes people come in with really great intentions, but maybe not, but lack sort of a contextual understanding that ends up being really important. And so, initiations like Chan Zuckerberg, or initiatives like that, or we had the prior generation of these kinds of policies is called No Child Left Behind. And that was basically like, if you don't improve outcomes, you have to start firing like a third of your teachers, and you have to maybe pay for extra tutors, and maybe you have to pay for your students to go to private schools. And so these sort of heavy-handed things factored, of course, like in some ways, in some places, like there are ways in which that works, but it was not sort of the silver bullet is one thing, and it also generated an awful lot of political pushback, which is why the Every Student Succeeds Act was like, now it's your turn, kind of sort of go figure this out. States, districts, we're going to hand it to you now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to present at the Petersheim Expo in 2023. And I appreciate the opportunity, really any opportunity to talk about the research that I was able to accomplish with the University Research Council summer stipend in 2022. So what I was doing in summer 2022 was pursuing research on a facet of ongoing book project. I'm a historian. The book is tentatively called Colonialism and Capital, Albert Gallatin and Political Economy, from Atlantic Revolutions to Manifest Destiny in 1761 to 1849. A financially savvy immigrant was a crucial creator of the democratic political economy that the United States created and implemented in the late 18th and early 19th century. You might think that I'm talking about the hero of a certain Broadway show, Alexander Hamilton, but in fact, I'm talking about one of his most important critics, Albert Gallatin. Gallatin was an immigrant who became an extremely important politician, a diplomat, a businessman, and kind of all-around public figure in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. You can see here on the slide in front of you just the most important of the roles that he acted in the early United States. And for those of you who are curious about that final bullet point, an ethnologist was basically someone who practiced what today we would call anthropology, but before anthropology was kind of consolidated as an academic field, kind of housed in universities and things like that. Gallatin pursued all of those many roles as a young aristocrat in Geneva, as a businessman, as a politician, as an administrator and a diplomat and a bank president, in locations situated far across a rather broadly conceived Atlantic world. And so you can see here each star represents a place where Gallatin spent a significant amount of time doing one or another of the roles that I listed on the previous slide. The overall book project aims to do a few things by exploring Gallatin's many roles and the particular places that he pursued those roles, the contexts in which he was working. It reveals the transatlantic aspects to moments of U.S. history that are usually cast in terms of national significance. Because of the long life that Gallatin lived and the fact that he was a public figure basically from his 20s until his 80s, it's an opportunity to present long-term shifts in both political attitudes and economic conditions in the United States and more broadly in the Atlantic world. From a period that in my title I characterize as from the era of Atlantic revolutions, 1760s to 1780s, to the period of manifest destiny in the United States, one that's usually kind of pinpointed to the 1840s. But broadly speaking, if you're familiar with U.S. history, you can think of this from the Revolutionary era to the era of the U.S. Civil War. The analytic thrust of the project is to demonstrate how basically the development of what was considered to be a democratic political economy in the United States was premised on the dispossession of indigenous people at the kind of the fundamental level. Gallatin says actually in one of his ethnological publications in 1836 that the United States had been, quote, created at their expense, at the expense of indigenous people, but also to highlight how the details of that dispossession and the kind of different angles from which to approach dispossession, from kind of economic endeavors on the ground to government policies to negotiations with European powers over what terms, say, the United States would exercise control over indigenous people. All of these things were occurring within transatlantic currents, commercial currents, investment, conflict, and diplomacy. How these two factors together, indigenous dispossession on the one hand, transatlantic currents on the other, produced what people at the time recognized as a democratic political economy. And Gallatin gives us the kind of the perfect vehicle to explore these kinds of questions precisely because of the varied roles that he fulfilled in this period. So that's the broad book project. For the summer stipend, I was requesting funding, and I was lucky enough to secure funding to pursue two specific aspects of this research. I wanted to know more about Gallatin's early life and the kind of the material interests and the activities of his family and friends in Geneva. Geneva is today part of Switzerland, but at the time it was an independent republic, basically until French annexation in 1798. And I wanted to know more about Gallatin's time as U.S. Minister to France, which occurred during what was called the Bourbon Restoration, the restoration of the French monarchy after the fall of Napoleon. For both of these aspects of the project, I needed to actually go to cities in Europe, specifically Geneva and Paris. Those two cities host basically research libraries that are the homes of pretty vast collections of unique manuscripts that have not been digitized. So pursuing more research on these aspects of Gallatin's life and career required me going to Geneva, specifically to the Archives d'État and the Bibliothèque de Genève. And to go to Paris, where the Foreign Affairs archives are, the Archives Diplomatiques. Geneva, as I have learned in my research, was a very small, intensely commercial republic with a social order that was remarkably complex. So it had a multi-tiered social order. There was no hereditary nobility. It was actually outlawed. But there was a very clear class of once noble patricians. These patricians didn't have any legal rights above and beyond citizens, broadly speaking, but they in fact were the economic elite, and they monopolized political power in the Republic of Geneva. The majority of people living in Geneva were not citizens. Rather, they were the legal class known as natifs, natives. These are people who were descended from immigrants, but immigrants who had not had the financial wherewithal to be able to purchase citizenship in Geneva when they immigrated to the Republic. They were disenfranchised, so they had only marginal economic opportunities. They were politically excluded from any role in governance. And they were beginning to agitate for political rights, particularly by the 1770s. So that's basically when Gallatin's a teenager. This is significant for something that I've found out in the course of my research. So 18th century Geneva economically was known as a kind of producer of what was called luxury manufactures. And the thing that they were best known for were watches. Gallatin's grandfather, his paternal grandfather, and his father were in partnership basically as watch merchants. After the death of Gallatin's father, Gallatin's mother went into business on her own account doing the same thing. When I was going through public papers in the Archives d'État in Geneva, I found a record of Gallatin's mother basically petitioning the Genevan government for permission to take a natif as a partner. This was basically an effort to make her watch enterprise more productive, more efficient, more profitable. So natifs were economically marginalized, but the fact of the matter was that they had specialized knowledge as craftsmen. And Gallatin's mother, acting as a merchant, wanted to form a partnership with one of these. It's a great illustration of the way that the kind of the economic history and the political history of Geneva entwined. And it provides a really interesting context from which to, or maybe an interesting angle from which to pursue Gallatin's early political career. He was a consistent supporter of manufacturing at a time when the United States was overwhelmingly agricultural. And in addition to being a supporter of manufacturing, he was a consistent opponent of nativist or kind of xenophobic immigration policies, the kinds of policies that Federalists, so the administrations of Washington and Adams pursued, efforts to both restrict naturalization and to Congress considered proposals to basically decouple kind of political rights from civil rights. And Gallatin was a consistent opponent of those kinds of efforts. And looking back at the history of Geneva, I think provides a pretty powerful way of understanding why those would have been Gallatin's kind of the positions that he began American politics by espousing. Gallatin was an orphan by the time he was a teenager. He was the legal ward of basically a friend of the family, but he remained close to his paternal grandparents, Abraham Gallatin and Louise Suzanne Gallatin, née Vaudinay. Abraham Gallatin, in addition to being a watch merchant, was also the treasurer of Geneva's public granary. The public granary, interestingly, also acted as a kind of a quasi-bank in Geneva in these years. There was no kind of formal state-chartered bank, though Geneva was a kind of center of European finance, and there were lots of wealthy merchants and families who acted as bankers. But the public granary acted as a bank as well. I was able to find out quite a bit about Abraham Gallatin's stint as treasurer of the public granary, including what he was doing at a moment of kind of crisis for Geneva in these years, when the city experienced a grain shortage in 1770 and 1771. The records of the public granary are just filled, I mean, page after page of attempts to make purchases of grain from farther and farther away from the city. In France, in what at the time was Savoy, now we would just call it kind of the Piedmont region of Italy, and farther down in Italy as well. These efforts basically confronted two problems. One was a currency problem, how to make kind of cost-effective purchases on Geneva's behalf while dealing with multiple currencies. And it was also a problem of transportation at a time, so bringing in shipments of grain at a time when roads were poor and rivers, even big rivers like the Rhone, were not navigable for long stretches. Gallatin was basically, from the beginning of his political career, he had a reputation for understanding public finance better than almost anyone, and certainly better than anyone in the opposition to Federalists. But he was also a passionate supporter of things like roads and river improvements and eventually canals. And I think the career of Abraham Gallatin, his grandfather, presents a really important angle to consider those positions, once again, that Gallatin was espousing basically from the very beginning of his political career. Interestingly, his grandfather also left office under clouds of suspicion. Kind of rumors that he had taken money from the public granary and used it to cover some debts in his private mercantile business. He was acquitted, but the suspicion stung him. And certainly in Gallatin's career in the United States, he was really deliberate in kind of maintaining a reputation for probity. I was also able to pick up some more or less kind of miscellaneous information while I was in France, not so much dedicated specifically to Gallatin's family, but rather to his economic enterprises. And basically, the two most important things that Gallatin was involved in as a businessman were land speculation and creating a manufacturing complex on the Monongahela River in in southwestern Pennsylvania. So I was able to find out more about kind of the context in which he pursued land speculation on the Ohio River very early in his time in the United States, between 1783 and 1785. And what I was able to find out was that the person that he was in partnership with, a Frenchman by the name of Jean Savary de Vauquelin, was himself in contact with the French government in the United States, basically through consuls, but in communications that made their way to the French foreign minister. And what I found was that Savary was a proponent of basically trying to extend France's commercial influence in the young United States. This was a kind of a mutual ambition. For the time, kind of newly independent Americans were eager to get out from under the thumb of British commercially as much as they were politically, and France was looking for an opening to extend their influence. That never worked out for a variety of reasons, but it really fleshes out the context in which Gallatin's initial land speculations were taking shape. About a decade later, I was able to find out more information about another business partnership that Gallatin entered, this time with a variety of other Genevan immigrants. So basically, Geneva was incredibly politically unstable. It experienced, I think, so 4 distinct revolutions in the 1780s and the 1790s, and they were increasingly radical, and a significant number of Genevans of substantial means came to the United States, at least for a brief period. It's in this period that Gallatin partners with some to create what was called the New Geneva Company, which was basically an effort to create a Genevan and other Swiss colony in the Trans-Appalachian region of the United States, and to create a manufacturing enterprise along with it, basically taking advantage of a hypothetical number of Genevan tradesmen who would be fleeing the unstable republic to come to the United States. That partnership mostly fell apart. It basically kind of a rump of the New Geneva Company reforms something called Albert Gallatin and Company, but they create New Geneva Glassworks. And it's I believe, the second glassworks created in the United States west of the Appalachian Mountains. But the context is revolution in Geneva, and I was able to find out a lot more about the ways in which this partnership came together and the degree to which Gallatin himself was the driving force in directing the project. All of that was in the first half of my trip. I spent the second half of the research trip in the Foreign Affairs Archives in France. And I'm very much still working my way through the research that I was able to do there. But I can say a few things. So the context here was the immediate aftermath of the United States' war against Great Britain in the War of 1812, and the Bourbon Restoration in France. There are a couple of overriding kind of points of tension between the United States and France in those years. France, under Napoleon, had attacked American commerce for years, and the United States was seeking indemnities or reparations for those attacks. There was mutual interest in negotiating a commercial treaty to increase commerce between the two countries. Both are basically hoping to kind of use the other to knock British commerce down a peg and to make kind of Britain less commercially powerful than it was. There's particular interest on both sides in basically greasing the wheels of getting American cotton into France. So this means it's a really important context for understanding the expansion of enslavement in the United States. And there's another set of situations and kind of negotiations involving what the United States was going to do vis-a-vis the colonies fighting for independence against Spain. And this, too, was against the backdrop of the anticipation that free countries in Central America and South America would be to the commercial benefit of Great Britain, and thus perhaps against the strategic interests of the United States and France. So I've been unearthing kind of correspondence, and I've unearthed plenty related to those varied topics, and the ways in which Gallatin was kind of pursuing informal diplomacy on a variety of projects, from kind of French political economy to ethnology to an overriding interest in the Greek Revolution, in particular with the famous Frenchman, the Marquis de Lafayette. So I accomplished a great deal in my time there. I took something in the neighborhood of 2,000 photographs of unique undigitized documents. As I said, I've gotten through the Geneva material. I'm still working my way through the French material. I've already incorporated what I found there into 3 different seminar papers and a conference roundtable presentation. I've already submitted an application for a short-term fellowship that was certainly enhanced by what I found in my time in Geneva and Paris. I'm currently working with an undergraduate research assistant on a related topic. And in the coming months, it's going to enhance no fewer than 4 of the book chapters that I'm working on. It'll strengthen future grant applications, and it'll form part of the evidence base for an article that I'm working on. All because of the funding that the University Research Council provided, and certainly my gratitude to that will be expressed in writing in any publication that follows. I'd be happy to take questions if you guys would like to hear more.
So we're butting up against Dr. Zhu's time, so I think we're going to have to make the translation, but thank you, Sean.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you very much, Dean Buschman.
While we're getting ready, I'll introduce you. Is fat good or bad? The name of Dr. Zhu's presentation. She is associate professor in the Department of Biological Sciences. Her lab is focused on examining the regulatory mechanisms of mammalian innate immune function at molecular and cellular levels. Her lab is examining how mammalian immune function, innate immune function, is affected by various prenatal and postnatal environmental factors, and most recent results have been published. Having looked over your rank and tenure application, I found it kind of interesting, especially that you could make portions of it understandable to me. So, welcome.
Thank you, Norma, for organizing the event, and Dr. Buschman for moderating the event. And thank you all for being here. First, let's take a survey. Do you cook at home? Yeah. Which one of these items do you use in your kitchen?
Butter.
All of that. Which one tastes the best? Butter, exactly, butter. What do all of them have in common? Exactly, fat. So, is fat good or bad? This is a simple yes or no question, right? No. Like oh well, my kids ask me, they expect a yes or no answer. Then I say, well, it's complicated. Then they answer like, Mom, I thought you're a biologist, with a kind of tone, Then I say, well, exactly, it's because I'm a biologist that my answer is complicated. So let's see, how complicated can it be? So we need fat. The fat is a very important energy source. We need fat to run, to do anything actually in life. Actually, our heart likes fat as an energy source. And different kinds of fat affects our cardiovascular functions. We need fat for insulation and protection from blunt forces, especially protect our internal organs. And fat is important for nutrient absorption, especially when we take the vitamins, especially the fat-soluble vitamins like A, D, E, K. You want to take it with a little bit of fat to facilitate its absorption. Otherwise, you're taking it not that efficiently absorbed. Fat is also important for cell growth. So let's look at this cell. It has the plasma membrane, and that's like the wall of the building that separates the inside from outside. Then we have all kinds of internal membranes inside. And for all of these membranes, we look at the blow up, all this yellow stuff, it's fat. So we need fat. These greenish stuff, they're proteins. But even for these greenish proteins, they're often modified with fat. So, and all of, as a cell, we need to, these cells need to respond to external environments, need to interact with other cells, and these signals need to go across the plasma membrane, made of fat, to get inside, and then communicate with each other with different organelles inside. And it involves fat. And for proteins, we'll talk about later, some of them, after they are made by the cells, they're modified with fat. So there's the post-translational modification. So we need fat. Then too much fat is not good, right? So when we consistently intake the too much energy, then those energy would be stored as fat. And obesity is defined by the BMI value, right? So when obesity is considered, it can be a risk factor for many, many conditions, actually from head to toe. Okay, so migraines here and metabolic syndrome, characterized by high blood pressure, high blood lipids, the cholesterol level, and other factors. Then we have the risk factor for diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And till here comes the arthritis and gut. Then we have 3 dots here. There are many other conditions. So 2 conditions I would like to mention is one, the neurodegenerative diseases. So there is emerging evidence that obesity could be a risk factor for some neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's. Then another one is cancer. Obesity is a risk factor for the epidemiological studies or cohort studies found that it's at least a risk factor for 13 different cancers from head to toe, actually. Meningioblastoma, and then there is the liver and the reproductive organs or risk factors. Okay, so we need it, and too much is bad. That's a simple answer, right? Like salt. We need the salt, but not too much of it. But let's dig a little bit deeper. The fat, broad terms, fat is lipid. But most oftentimes when we talk about fat, we're talking about triglycerides. So this is a fat molecule. Triglycerides means here is the glycerol. We have 2 chemists here, or 5 chemists. And it's joined by 3 tails. This is called fatty acid tails. And this fatty acid, so this one is a palmitic acid. So it looks like this. You can see that every carbon is saturated with hydrogen. So this is a saturated fat. Saturated fat, this particular fatty acid, it has, let's see, 16 carbons. So it's a palmitic acid. Then we look at this one. This one has a band here. So it's a double bond. And with this double bond, it only has 1 hydrogen. So it has the capacity to accept more hydrogen. Therefore, this is an unsaturated fatty acid. And when we look at it, this is the omega end. So omega 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So this is the omega 9 fatty acid. Then let's look at this one. It has 18 carbons, and it has 1, 2, 3 double bonds. So this is a mono unsaturated fatty acid called MUFA. And this one is a unsaturated fatty acid called PUFA. This one, 1, 2, 3, that's omega-3. Okay, anybody here take omega-3 supplements? So this one is very high in the flaxseed. So it's called alpha linolenic acid. So it's ALA. So we have different kinds of unsaturated fatty acids. Let's see. So with these different kinds of fatty acids, what kind of effects do they have on the cells? So we treated the neuroblastoma cells with different kinds of fatty acids. First, we did a dose-dependent experiment on the neuroblastoma cells. We treated the cells with different concentrations of palmitic acid, that is saturated or unsaturated. Saturated, that's right, saturated. So as we increase the concentration, you can see that the control is 100%. And as we increase the concentration, the cells die, and die more, right? Then this is a time-dependent experiment. We treat with the 200 micromolar palmitic acid for different time, 6 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. 6 hours, you can say that it might even increase a little bit in the cell viability. But then you look at 24 hours, 50% decrease. 48 hours, they're barely there. Okay. So in this case, we know that the palmitic acid kills the cells. This is called lipotoxicity. Then we kept on looking on other effects of lipotoxicity. So this corner here, I show a cell cycle. This cell is a cycle that a cell needs to go through to for the cell to regenerate. For example, our skin, you have a cut, you need to regenerate it so that it can be repaired. So one cell goes through the cell cycle and it becomes 2. But these 2 cells look exactly the same with each other and look exactly the same as the mother cell. So the genetic material remains the same. The inside here is the genetic material. How do they maintain the genetic material being the same? So if I have one piece of paper, I need to distribute it to 2 students. What do? I make a copy. So here we have this cell making a copy of its genetic material. So if this is 2N, then this one is 4N. They distributed it to two daughter cells. Each daughter cell has the same amount of genetic material again, right? So we measure the amount of DNA inside the cell. We can see like which stage of the cell cycle the cell is stuck in, right? So in here, this is a control. Most of the cells have the 2N amount of genetic material, and some cells are going through the cell cycle, so they are proliferating. Then we give it palmitic acid for different concentrations. So this is 25 micromolar, 50 micromolar, 100, and 200. So as we increase the concentration of the palmitic acid, you can see that more and more cells are stuck in which stage? 4N stage. Then this one is a time-dependent curve. So this one at 0 hour, BSA and PA, they overlapped. But 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, 24 hour, 48 hours later, you can see that most of the cells are stuck in the 4N stage. So we looked at the cells under the microscope. So this one, you can see that each cell, this is the individual cell, right? Looks at like the cell. Then if we stain the genetic material, I don't know whether you can see it clearly. This looks like one single cell here, but then you look at the inside, it's 2 nuclei. So you can say that normally most of the cells is like an almond. You crack it open, there's 1 seed inside. But then now it's like you crack it open, it's like a peanut. You have 2 inside. and stuck together. Do you understand? Okay, got it. All right. So okay. Back to Seton Hall.
Showing on Teams.
Mm-hmm. It's just try this.
You can go ahead because people can still see it on Teams.
Okay, so now we found that the saturated fatty acids, it leads to decreased cell viability, and the cells get stuck in the 4N phase, and it's two nuclei are stuck together. They fail to separate from each other. Then what about unsaturated fatty acids? So we incubated the unsaturated fatty acids together with the saturated fatty acids. We chose different kinds of unsaturated fatty acids. Then linoleic acid, oleic acid. Just so you know that this one is highly enriched in olive oil. Okay, and then this one ALA is highly enriched in flaxseed oil. DHA, fish oil. So different kinds of unsaturated fatty acids we incubated together with the PA. So with the PA, the cells die. But no matter it's which kind of unsaturated fatty acids we incubated, as the concentration of the unsaturated fatty acid increases, it dose dependently decreased PA-induced liver toxicity. Then how about the cell cycle? Again, we're looking at different stages of the cell cycle based on the amount of DNA inside the cell. So BSA, normal shape, PA increases the number of cells stuck in the 4N phase, but when we incubated with LA, OA, ALA, DHA, different kinds of unsaturated fatty acids, it obliterated the toxic effects from the palmitic acid. And this bottom chart shows the quantification of 4N and 2N cells. Then let's look at under the confocal microscope. So BSA, very few cells are stuck in the peanut stage, and in the PA, some cells now are stuck in the peanut stage. But when we culture together with different kinds of unsaturated fatty acids, they all look normal again. So now we are looking at different kinds of areas, how PA affects the viability and cell cycle profile, how the unsaturated fatty acids abolish the PA-induced effects, and how the fatty acid uptake is modulated. So we are looking at different things. So what is going on exactly? So again, here we are looking at the cells. It has a plasma membrane. It has different kinds of internal organelles inside the cell. And the cell needs to respond to the external environment, and a lot of signal events are going on inside. And this is what is making mostly the plasma membrane. It has this part likes water. This part is a fatty acid tail that hates water. So they hate water, so they face each other. And this one, they face outside, aqueous environment. With saturated fatty acids, these tails are straight and very organized. You can stand very, like the kids who listen, stand straight and close to each other. But then with the unsaturated fatty acid, it creates a bend. So you can see that this plasma membrane is more disorganized looking. So this plasma membrane that separates the inside of the cell from outside the cell, or the internal membranes, actually they're not like, we say it like it's like a wall, but it's not like a wall. It's not rigid like a wall. It's a fluidic. Okay, it's a fluidic. It is modifying its composition in response to the external and internal environment. So we're looking at here the composition of the plasma membrane or other membranes is affected by the fatty acid composition in our body. And on the plasma membrane, there are special areas called microdomain. Or lipid raft. Lipid raft is a microdomain that actually is important in taking stuff out, bringing stuff in, and bringing the signal in. It's like the Jersey Shore. You have special areas for ships to come in and out. Okay, so this area is very important. It's under constant modification. Then we have different proteins. These proteins, if they are modified by the fatty acid, it can get to the plasma membrane. If they don't have this fatty acid, they are in the cells. And so these are the things that we are currently studying. We also look at the fatty acid uptake. This is the control cell. When we treat it with the palmitic acid, the saturated fatty acid, it asks the cell to pick up much more fatty acid. Then if we treat it with unsaturated fatty acid, no, it does not take up more. Then here, even though the palmitic acid asks the cells to pick up more fatty acids, they don't really store it. The red is the lipid droplets, the neutral lipids inside the cell. However, for the unsaturated fatty acids, all of them that we tested, even though they don't ask the cells to pick up more fatty acid, but even for the internal fatty acid, they store them in storage in the form of neutral lipids. Okay, so they behave very differently. Then what's the significance of this area of study? As I said before, it's obesity is emerging as a risk factor for neurodegenerative diseases. So for the aged brain, look at here. So we look at the lipid composition of the membrane in the aged brain is quite different from the lipid composition in the healthy young brain. You see the MUFA going down, PUFA going down, saturated fatty acids going up. And these are more specialized, different kinds of fatty acids. And also the fatty acid or palmitic acid also induces the inflammation, which could be the underlying cause of a lot of neurodegenerative conditions. Another thing here versus cancer. So palmitic acid, we said obesity is a risk factor for many different kinds of cancer. But in our hands, PA kills the cells. If it kills the cancer, wouldn't it be great, right? So there are many studies in this area on whether PA can actually, we use its lipotoxicity to kill the cancer, or actually it is promoting the cancer or metastasis. So this area is actually very intense. A lot of studies are going on in this area. All right. So time is up. Before I leave, I'd like to acknowledge my students. Without them, none of this would be possible. And thank you.
Thank you. We can do questions while we're setting up Dr. Weidman. You want?
Yeah, I just have a question. So when you had these fatty acids, are they the sort of free single chain? Is it the free mono acid, like the mono PA, the mono omega 3, the carboxylate salt? Like what are you asking?
It's the free fatty acid form.
Free fatty.
Yeah. So in our serum, we have the fatty acids in the lipid form, like the fat form, and we also have free fatty acids, FFA.
So the ones that cause that dose response, they're the free fatty acids. I guess what I'm wondering is what if you add a mixed triacylglyceride? Does that cause like different response than, so I'm asking like, so if you add a triacylglyceride, like the one you showed was mixed, it had saturated, it had monounsaturated, it had polyunsaturated. So I could imagine it having multiple roles because it's mixed. So
That's a very good question. Yeah. In order for the cells to be taken up by in order for the fatty acid to be taken up by the cells, usually those fatty acid transporters they need to flip it through. So they take out the fatty acid and breathe through.
So they cleave the glycerol out.
After they breathe inside, then they can acetylcholine. So acetylcholine, yeah, modify and then send it to different places.
So in the rivalry between chem and bio, chem hit their time marker.
Those is talking very fast, I think.
So our next speaker is Dr. Greg Weidman. I'm not going to read his presentation title. You can read it. He is Assistant Professor of Biochem and Chemical Biology. He advises the 3B laboratory, Biochem, Biophysics, and Biomaterials. This lab studies drug synergy to develop new methods to treat infectious diseases. They use a range of techniques to achieve this goal, from analytical chemistry I'm trying to skip that. To develop new methods to treat infectious diseases. They also use new therapeutic molecules using both combinatorial approaches as well as rational design using crystal structural analysis, NMR modeling, and so on. Dr. Weidman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dean Buschman. And I'd also like to thank our grants officer, Norma Rubio. I think she's back there. Thank you, Norma. And thank you, Dr. Chang, for the invitation as well from the Petersheim Academic Expo Committee. So today I wanted to give, and also, sorry, I should say thank you to all of the people in the audience and all of our friends at home for joining too. I wanted to give a little bit of a talk, kind of a switch in what I've discussed in the past. The title of the talk is When Azobenzene Meets Aromatic Amino Acids, Funny, Unexpected Things Happen. And my wife and I recently rewatched When Harry Met Sally. So I was trying to make a little reference to that here. But what we were seeing is kind of these two molecules, or at least azobenzene, we kept coming back to it in our research and seeing that it had an unusual connection to these aromatic amino acids, specifically like tryptophan, the one on the right there. I wanted to acknowledge first, before I start, the 3B lab. So we call our lab the 3B lab, Biochemistry, Biophysics, and Biomaterials. Started in 2018 when I got here. We've had about 20 undergraduate researchers come through the lab, 13 graduate students. They have been able to get several undergraduate fellowships, including Clara Booth Luce fellowships, and through the New Jersey Space Grant Consortium. We've had 3 Petersheim poster winners, and hopefully we have another winner on the way. We'll see. And we've been able to accrue, in collaboration, I will say, with our collaborators, over $2 million in grant-funded projects. And for anybody who's interested in working with us, we're always looking for interested collaborators. So what's so interesting about azobenzene? Well, it's a molecule that likes to dance. We can think about a lot of the stuff, for instance, that Dr. Badillo talked about. When you shine light onto molecules, sometimes they can undergo interesting photocatalytic processes. The way in which azobenzene utilizes light when it absorbs it is it actually undergoes this interesting isomerization, where it actually kind of converts from this, what we call trans state here on the left, to the cis state on the right. And what we were able to do, and actually before I get into that, it also likes to change colors. So this is actually the synthesis of one, and Christina, one of my students in the audience here, showed how as you go from, let's say, adding your azobenzene to your column, it can look kind of green. After you add another amino acid, it can look kind of yellow. And then after you process it, it may even turn purple for a certain period of time. So it likes to undergo these very interesting color changes as well. And this is work that you all have probably seen me present before. This is one of the key findings that Christina was able to deduce, was that if you take this azobenzene molecule and you replace a certain amino acid in a protein, in this case, this is melatonin. So you swap out a protein in, or a particular amino acid in melatonin for this azobenzene, you can make this molecule that will actually undergo this structural change when you shine light on it. We can see that using a technique called UV vis. So some of you were here earlier, or you were watching earlier, you saw how molecules can absorb light differentially depending on the wavelength of light that you shine on it. So with our molecule, if you have it in an initial state, you see a certain absorbance around, let's say, 330 nanometers. If you shine light on it, if you incubate it under UV light for a long period of time, it undergoes this change where all of a sudden the absorbance in that region is a lot lower. You can also do interesting things like, and this is a reference to some of the stuff that Dr. Zhou is talking about with lipids. If you look at these small lipid particles, you can see that these molecules will interact with those lipid molecules differently depending on whether or not you pre-incubated them in UV light or pre-incubated them in visible light. But that's not the main focus of, oh boy, I messed it up, sorry. That's not the main focus of my talk today. The main focus of my talk today, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Is to look at some of the other components of these peptides and these proteins. So look at, not only can we just take any protein out or any amino acid out and put azobenzene in, but what happens if there are particularly interesting amino acids right next to it? Thank you. So what if they meet that special amino acid in their life? Something that could also absorb light, something like a tryptophan or a phenylalanine or a tyrosine. Here's an example of some data. This is not from our lab, but these are known data about the absorbance of these molecules with light. So what we thought, or what we hypothesized, is that maybe if you take this azobenzene and you put it together in the same time, in the same place as one of these aromatic amino acids, maybe something interesting will happen. So that's what we did. We allowed azobenzene to meet some different amino acids. So our potentially light active molecule, this tryptophan azobenzene molecule. We wanted to look at a natural type of peptide, a dipeptide of alanine and tryptophan as a control, and then alanine, a non-aromatic amino acid, with azobenzene. So here's one of the interesting results. Azobenzene and tryptophan hit it off pretty well. So if we look at the absorbance spectrum, we start to see that there's not, now with tryptophan azobenzene, there's not that same type of decrease in the absorbance, at least not for this particular molecule. So that was kind of strange. That suggested that, well, maybe there's something else going on here other than just that structural change, that isomerization that we saw before. At the same time, we also could look at properties like the extinction coefficient and realize, well, okay, it's definitely still absorbing light, and we can look at the amount of absorbance relative to concentration and see that, okay, those extinction coefficients seem pretty good. It doesn't seem like it's really stopping it from absorbing light. So what's happening? What's happening to the light once it's absorbing it? Well, here's the really exciting thing, and this is work, I don't have her name on the slide, but I'll mention it later. This is work that Charlotte Frederick, who actually did, she did the keynote talk for our department last night, and she'll be putting together her dissertation soon. So what she noticed is that our special combination of tryptophan W and azobenzene Z here, this A, that's the only combination when you shine UV light on it that it actually fluoresces. So what's happening here is instead of having that structural change occurring, or potentially in addition to having that structural change occurring, maybe there's some type of interaction now between one part of the azobenzene and that aromatic ring on the amino acid, such that that molecule starts to glow. If we look at the fluorescence emission spectrum versus the excitation spectrum over a range of wavelengths, we could see that for azobenzene and tryptophan, or sorry, alanine and tryptophan, or alanine and azobenzene, we don't see much out in this top right corner here, where we're seeing some, well, where would be maybe some sort of red shifted emission there. But only in the case of tryptophan azobenzene do we see this second peak show up. So we see sort of a new type of activity occurring. Well, that's interesting, and we wanted to look at more. We wanted to say, well, what other types of amino acids could be involved in this? So this is actually one of the other peptides that Christina was working on that we hope to be submitting a paper for soon, hopefully. So we looked at this buffrin peptide, or what we call photobuffrin, very similar to the work that I discussed before in other areas with photomelatin. But here, interestingly, if we substitute in the azobenzene where we'd like in that protein, it's right next to a phenylalanine. So just as with the model peptide, where it's just tryptophan azobenzene, here we have phenylalanine azobenzene. And what we could see is we see also interesting fluorescent properties. If we look at, let's say, this peptide binding to, again, a lipid bilayer that we talked about before. Well, interestingly enough, what happens is that fluorescence kind of decreases as you add in more and more lipids. So that's kind of an interesting facet. Many people use tryptophan fluorescence for this particular technique, although tryptophan fluorescence tends to increase when you add lipids. So this is an interesting kind of novel result. Oh, I'm sorry, it is going up. This is the one that's going up. The next one is going down. So this is something people do with tryptophan, not really with phenylalanine. This is the point where it actually decreases. I was reading that graph wrong. So what we found is that our peptide, or our azobenzene molecules, can also tango with DNA. So as we add increasing amounts of DNA, we actually see that signal decrease. You could actually try to fit that to a kinetic curve and actually try to back out some KD values or some binding constants for how well does your protein actually bind to DNA. So it's possible that not only do we have this very interesting new type of technique, this new type of biomolecule that we could look at its fluorescent properties, but also we could potentially use it as a signaling device, as some kind of biomarker to look at that same protein or that same peptide binding to lipids or even binding to DNA. So we found that these molecules change color, so they're fluorescent in a novel way. We found that they can bind to DNA, or maybe if you think about lipid bilayers again, potentially binding to cells and seeing interesting fluorescence changes. And there's possibly some interesting structural change going on here, although that's something, again, I think we're going to have to delve into a little bit deeper to figure out what exactly is going on. So again, I wanted to thank Christina and Charnette. This is a large part of their work. Of course, also I'd like to thank Seton Hall University for helping to support them as well. I'd like to thank the NIH and the NSF I-Corps. They funded some of our projects, as well as we had a little collaboration with NeverGerms, which is actually one of our alumni startup companies, which is kind of nice. And also some collaborators at Rutgers, NJIT, as well as Dr. Badillo and Dr. Murphy from our department, Dr. Juan Cruz from UAndes. So actually we are trying to, and this is something I would encourage everyone here to look into. We're trying to strike up well, we have a memorandum of understanding, but we're trying to strike up a more solid collaboration with Universidad de los Andes. We actually had 2 of their students come to our lab and join our lab for last semester. And there's also the possibility of sending our students down there to potentially do some research. So I'd like, even people in bio and other departments, even not in the sciences, it'd be great for people to try to explore that and expand that as well. And a recent collaboration that we've struck up with a former speaker at the Romanian Academy, and we're going to pursue in the future as well. And one last thing I would like to plug. So I am the incoming president of the Theobald Smith Society, which some of you may know is the Northern New Jersey section for the American Society for Microbiology. We have a meeting, May 19th. It's going to be, so the previous meeting was actually at Seton Hall. It was great that we were able to help bring it up here as well. This one will be at Rutgers, and it's $5 for students, and you get lunch. So basically, it's free for students. It's $20 for faculty. We could use some poster judges and also some people for talks. So if you have any research that you're doing that you feel is in the area of microbiology, definitely feel free to sign up and let me know if you're interested. I will help you get involved with the leadership and get involved with poster judging as well, if you'd like. So with that, I'd like to conclude my talk and ask if there are any questions. Yeah, Dr. Badillo.
Obviously, it has to be in the cis conformation, right, for it to have the fluorescence, right? Is that?
I don't know if I could say, I don't know if we're 100% sure about that, but I think so.
It starts out trans and then goes cis.
Yeah, yes.
And then, so you hypothesize there's some sort of interaction there. Do you know, so what do you think the interaction is? I guess is the question I have. And then the other thing I'm thinking,
Sure.
what I was wanting to get it out is, have you thought about doing some sort of covalent modification that would lock the whole thing into a ring, right, and keep it in the cis conformation?
Yeah, I think that idea was brought up last night, I think during after Tronet's talk. But yeah, that would definitely be an interesting idea. We should certainly pursue that. We're starting to source new suppliers for azobenzenes. So there may be some that are cheap that we could do, but as Christina knows, it's quite time intensive to actually make the azobenzenes. Yeah, especially asymmetrically modified ones. But there may be some, we should look into it though. But then for your second or your first question, what's the actual nature of it? Initially, I thought the interaction was fret based. What we tried to do, which actually Matthew, one of our incoming students, had he mentioned a good idea last night, and you saw the slide. So what we tried to do is put spacers in between to space them out. That didn't seem to decrease the interaction, though I'm not 100% sure that the spacers were doing what we hope to do. So yeah, maybe placing it on
Making a bigger ring in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so putting it on like a polypropylene helix or something like that would be a good idea. Yeah, for sure.
Same with electronics on there, right? They're putting, the whole methyl,
Yeah, well, we did methoxy, but yeah. So we have the methoxy substituted versions, right? I don't know how much we have left of it, but we can always trade someone, Dylan, if you want to synthesize it, we can always get you on synthesizing it. No, it's just time consuming.
SAR, come.
Yeah.
Come.
All right, we'll do it.
Wow, that sounds like a great project, right?
It would, yeah.
Indoles and azobenzenes and look at like
Yeah.
the effects on fluorescence. Absorbance.
Yeah, we should.
So literally, we have on film that you've lost control of your.
No, I appreciate it. Any other questions? Sorry, I don't have too much time, I guess, for more questions. But all right, I'll get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll introduce you and then we're ready to go. Okay, our next speaker is Leslie Rippon. Her title is Integrating Avatar-Based Simulation and Telehealth Practices to Promote Psychosocial Well-Being. Leslie is an assistant professor in the Department of Athletic Training. Her current areas of research include student learning outcomes, simulated learning environments. My reading is getting worse as the day goes along, and interprofessional education. Leslie, welcome.
Thank you. All right. So this is a pilot project, proof of concept project that we've been working on over the past 2 years. And this was the first step in our research line here. So all educators must continually seek ways to enhance delivery of information and foster utilization into their students. Simulation is one way that healthcare educators are more predominantly using to deliver content and let students utilize information and practice patient-centered care. So using a simulated learning environment with an interprofessional group of students allows us to create a low-stakes collaborative environment where students can merge theory with practice. So in this project, we sought to use the virtual reality in the form of an avatar for the patient and create a simulated learning experience. Previous research has cited many benefits to using virtual reality in education. Those include development of leadership and teamwork. Students are immersed together in an environment and interacting with the content, advancing clinical skills and performance, and improved situational awareness. There's also a lot of barriers noted in the literature with using virtual reality, and that's time, fear of the technology, and a high introductory financial cost. So in this proof of concept pilot project, we sought to gain experience in the use of virtual reality and try to address some of these barriers. So we used the virtual reality platform called Immersion, and we created an interprofessional active learning avatar-based simulation. It was designed to prepare healthcare students to work collaboratively, I can't talk either, as a team. And it involved, the patient was a transgender athlete who experienced a concussion, and it was impacting their cognitive, physical, and psychological well-being. So the purpose was to determine if these active learning simulations using the avatar were feasible, if faculty, to explore the faculty readiness to employ the virtual learning experience, and then to evaluate students' knowledge and perceptions of telehealth practices, because now post-COVID-19, we're doing a lot more with telehealth as healthcare providers, and it's not going away. It's only going to increase as a means for accessing healthcare education. And our students aren't readily taught the etiquette of telehealth. So we tried to get two birds with one stone here and conquer telehealth care etiquette, as well as collaborative practice. And so we wanted to see them work as part of an interdisciplinary team. So the faculty developed this simulation over a 6-month period working virtually, and that included pre-learning materials and the patient case simulation. We then sought IRB approval and enrolled students in the study. There were 4 phases to this study. Participants completed a pre-survey. Then once the survey was complete, they were given 7 days to review a packet of material, which contained resources focusing around transgender individuals and healthcare disparities and telehealth etiquette. They then participated in a virtual simulation that lasted 1 hour. The first 30 minutes of that simulation was a pre-activity where, as a team, they met to discuss their goals for the simulation and their goals for their patient interaction. After that 30 minutes, they interacted with an avatar patient. And then once they finished their patient interaction, they uploaded their plan of care and completed a post-survey. Fortunately, as we know, students tend not to always do all work that is given, and follow-up on this was really poor. We had 5 students enrolled in the student group, and only 1 student filled the post-survey out. So therefore, our observational results are very limited. So we saw no change in their telehealth confidence, and we saw no change in their intercollaborative scale, but we did see an observable change in their transgender knowledge, attitude, and beliefs. The qualitative responses are a little bit more telling in this one. So some of the responses were they believed that the avatar experience related to their coursework and that they were able to apply skills like empathy. They also liked it being in real time and not scripted, and having to respond to a patient and not really knowing what was going to happen. They also realized that communication is important, and then keeping your cool and watching your wording when a patient is panicking is very important. So this really lets us see that the student here was able to suspend disbelief and engage with the avatar as it was an actual patient, which was really important to us because we weren't sure what we were going to get and how they were going to perceive the avatar interaction. So that was a really good sign coming out of this. We also ran a faculty group through, and the faculty had some great feedback for us. They really thought it was enjoyable. They could see the versatility of the simulation. You can adapt the avatar to pretty much any case with the right pre-materials. They thought it was a great experience for students to develop skills like empathy and communication. So when working on this project, there was a lot of things that we learned doing this because it was our first project in virtual reality. And there's a couple different options you have when dealing with virtual reality. You can do off-the-shelf stuff that is already produced and use that in your work and your lessons, or you can have the customization of avatars. Customization is really expensive and it gets expensive quick. Whereas if you use off-the-shelf, it may not be exactly what you're looking for, but it has a very low cost. So you're really stuck to what is made and what they offer you. And that same goes for the virtual environments. There's a lot of off-the-shelf virtual environments that are readily available to use, and a lot of them are even free if you just have a headset. Or you can customize your environments to your specific needs, but that starts to get very expensive very quick. So in this project, we used both an off-the-shelf avatar and an off-the-shelf environment. When it comes to the learner-facing vignettes, you really need to be specific about what pre-work you're giving students when you're doing an active learning simulation, because there needs to be an active learning component where they digest the information on their own and then utilize that information in the simulation. So you need to make sure your resources are pointed and that they're not burdensome to the student, because we want them to do this stuff. You give students too much work, they're just not going to complete it. So you really need to be careful with what you're selecting and what resources you're giving the students. When it comes to student outcomes, we realized we did not have the best method in place for data collection. And going forward, when we introduce this into the curriculum, we're going to have a little bit better of a method to make sure that we get some more student data and student outcomes. This study was voluntary and completing the surveys was voluntary. And as you can see, the response was not great. So also think about your content. For this content, we were using a transgender individual. So we did need to complete a sensitivity, bias, and review. And this is always something that's very important to do when you're doing a simulation or you're creating a patient case, is that make sure that you go through a sensitivity and a bias review by a professional. So that way that you know that your material is appropriate and sensitive. And then if you're thinking about doing avatars or using a simulation, you really need to consider the training of your avatar and your person hosting the platform. They need to understand your profession and what you want from the simulation. And you need to do multiple dry runs. At first, we realized that there was a disconnect between the host avatar and us on the patient case presentation. You want to make sure that what you're portraying to the students is believable so that they buy into the simulation. So you really need to make sure that you do multiple dry runs and you go through it yourself and you experience it. We went through this 3 times before we did it with the students just to make sure that the presentation was appropriate. Right, so what we learned is that this is feasible to do an active learning avatar-based simulation. It was positive learning outcomes. It promoted students' knowledge of telehealth and psychosocial well-being. We did see them working collaboratively as an interdisciplinary team, and that in turn promotes patient-centered care. And also faculty really felt ready to employ the active learning simulation. So in conclusion, this is a viable interprofessional education learning experience that can be readily employed. Faculty across disciplines can use avatar-based simulations. and support their roles as knowledge brokers. So we did put this in the fall 2022 curriculum in the Center for IPE Journey of Professional Transformation. It's in Module 3. There were 30 students, 30 sections of 10 students across all 5 disciplines of SHIMS that went through, and we're currently working on that data and writing a manuscript based on that, that run. So our next steps are we've starting to create another avatar case, and we're working on alternate virtual reality projects as well. This research was supported by the Association of Schools Advancing Health Professions Interprofessional Innovation Grant, and it was supported by the Across Discipline Academy Grant here at Seton Hall University. Any questions?
In my ignorance about these avatars and virtual reality, which I confess sounds very scary and surreal and sci-fi to me. But to what extent, when you have this simulation, is it responsive to questions that you ask? Does it have different body language and verbal cues? Like how real is it? And I guess more important is how responsive is it to how students interact with it, or is it once it's set, it's set? Is that what's seen?
So you have 2 options. You have an option to use a live person in a headset to be the avatar. So in that case, it's very intuitive, very responsive. It's an actor. It's usually a trained actor.
Oh, I heard this. Okay.
Yes. So in that case, very responsive. In this case, we did have a trained actor behind. So there is that capability. The benefit to that is that you or I can't change our appearance. However, an avatar, you can very easily change the appearance and change the population that the student is dealing with. Where here, we're very locked into what actors are readily available to us. So it's hard to get a diverse patient population. So that's a benefit of using the avatar. The other thing is that there are avatars with AI. This is being developed and it will be launched in the next 3 months. They told us they could launch it for us. And I think this is a project we're going with in the future, where it actually is AI being the avatar. Now for this, I can't say how interactive and responsive it is. They tell us it's fantastic, but who knows? We haven't tested it out yet. So what that AI does is it reads from whatever you've given it. So it doesn't use the internet, so it won't go rogue on you basically. And it's locked into the parameters that you give it, the patient case that you give it and what you tell it, the affect that you tell it that you want it to have to respond. So that's something we'll be testing out in future projects, but we didn't test in this project.
I'm thinking like, you said you had a transgender person, say the student said, well, why don't you bring your husband to the next session? Something that was clearly inappropriate and offensive with the avatar.
The avatar reacted. And so the avatar, there was a lot of like nonverbal cues with the avatar. So if the student seemed not very inclusive and they weren't using inclusive language, the avatar would cross. So we actually had one simulation where the avatar crossed their arms and really sat back and really got upset and shut down. And in the reflections, this is one we just ran, in reflections from the students, they were like baffled by this and were like, they were so rude. And what they failed to realize is that was that true response and how your patient would respond. And not all patients are going to be nice to you. And not all patients are going to appreciate the way that you've treated them. And some may take offense to some things that you have said or body language that you're exhibiting. And so the avatar really was able to capture that nicely. Look away, look down, the facial expressions were there. There was definitely a lot of nonverbal cues that were there. And in some simulations, we saw the avatar being very cold to the students. And in some simulations, they were very open and communicating, very receptive to their suggestions of, seeking psychosocial interventions. We're doing a lot more of these projects. We're really starting this was just the first step in we really didn't know what we were getting into with virtual reality or how to really use it well. So this was really an introductory into virtual reality, and we're really starting to get our feet wet and seeing the unlimited possibilities really that exist here. I mean, you can take students anywhere. You know, you want to go see, I mean, there's one where you can do, it's a oceanography class. You can do a deep sea dive. And you can never take students under the ocean, but in virtual reality headsets, you can take them under the ocean and do a deep sea dive. So there's really, it's a huge unexplored realm of education.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
All right, there you go.
Okay. Continuing the brisk pace, our next speaker is Alper Sahiner. His topic is next generation thin film solar cells, improving photovoltaic conversion efficiency by nanoparticle inclusions. I should say that Alper is professor and chair of the Department of Physics. He developed an advanced material synthesis and characterization laboratory. His research interests are in the area of semiconductor materials. He's looking for solutions for the major materials-based problems of the semiconductor industry by developing new advanced materials. His research also focuses on developing high-efficiency solar cells as alternative solutions for the world's clean energy generation problems. And I should say he is a recipient of a Fulbright and headed to Turkey to pursue that research this January, coming January. Correct, Alper?
Yes, John, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will chat you when you are 3 minutes away. Okay?
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, sorry for not being there. I'm actually in another meeting. Today is the Brookhaven's user meeting. I'm in the background. I was in the Zoom back in getting forward. So sorry, my not being physically over there. All right. And as I usually do, these are to give my credits to my students. And these are over the years. I might miss some of the names, but the blue ones are the current ones. The others are, you can believe me, they're in very good places. Most of them are doing PhDs or industrial work. And this topic is going to be about our research in the photovoltaics, as John mentioned in his nice introduction. So what I'm going to try to do a little simulations, similarities between the semiconductor industry and the photovoltaic research. And they are both semiconducting materials, but sometimes in sciences, people are working so concentrated in some area, they do not see the kind of the similar things in a very close area. So when I had years of experience in working semiconductors, and then we made the switch to photovoltaic materials, and the information that we use for semiconductors in the chip making business with the Sematech and IBM were already applicable to the photovoltaics. So what I'm going to try to do is just give you a little history of what we've been doing and the URC grant related to nanoparticle part and continuing research. Also, especially, I mean, in physics and in chemistry and biology, a 3-month project or 4-month project is almost limited. So the whole project is continuing. It was continuing before, and hopefully it's going to go for a couple of years. So what's happening in the photovoltaics? This is a very busy graph from the National Renewable Energy Labs, and they do update in every couple of years. This is showing the status of the photovoltaic research, solar cells. These are the years by the efficiency. And there are theoretical efficiencies can reach to like 60–65%, but we are no longer, we're not at that point. And there are some improvements on the existing materials, some new materials are emerging, and some new conditions, like basically engineering these materials to make the efficiency as high as possible. For example, the new perovskite materials just started a couple of years ago showed a huge increase in the slope. The higher the slope, of course, you're doing much better. So what we've been doing is, in our lab, how do we contribute to this one for the last, let's say, 8 years in all of these? And we have a synthesis laboratory, okay, which is the condition. we create our thin films, which are the basic elements of all the semiconductor industry. Your chips, your telephone chips, computer chips, everything's a thin film. So we can create those when we're not making devices actually. In photovoltaics, we do make devices, but in the real chip making, of course, we don't have the clean rooms and the huge billion-dollar capabilities to make the chips, but we can create the toy materials, and we can study the materials part of that and give really important information to the manufacturers based to industry. So we do synthesis of the thin films, and then we do basic structural characterization in our lab. This is the characterization part. We do XRD, X-ray diffraction. We can make the measurements of the ellipsometry, the thin film thicknesses in the range of the nanometers. And we can do electrical characterization. We can do Hall effect, 4-point contact resistance, and efficiency measurements. And for the further structural characterization, we use Brookhaven National Laboratory. NSLS, we do X-ray absorption spectroscopy. So this is the our basic workhorse pulse laser deposition instrument on the left upper side, which is a high power UV laser and a vacuum chamber. So by some optical elements, you shoot the laser, which can make a hole in your penny. If you shoot it in a couple of minutes, you can make such a powerful laser. You can send them by pulses and create plumes like like molecule or atomic structures. And that's a kind of a plasma, and they just go up, and you put a substrate, a rotating substrate, and you can deposit the thin films almost like angstrom by angstrom. You can create really epitaxial, very highly ordered thin films. And those thin films can be used in the memories, in the transistors, in solar cells, whatever you can think about it. Okay, so that's, by the way, I'm proud that this was an NSF MRI grant for years ago, and it's been used by undergraduates, and it has worked for training, education, and research for a lot of our students. This is what we are getting to the Masters in Applied Physics and Engineering, which is going to start in fall. And this is what we are doing in the physics department to put the students into the research. With each, in the other universities, they will not be just using these machines, but just looking over the shoulders of some postdoc or graduate students. And this is actually what's happening in a deposition. This is the plasma that I'm talking about, and you can create different temperatures. You can change the laser pulses. You can put some more gases, and you can create basically a vast variety of the thin films. You can do that. What is the advantages of this? You can change your basically deposition parameters and create completely different structures almost from the same materials. All right, thin film business is still a magic box. There's a lot of theory on the behind, but when you come back to the reality, for example, just changing the laser frequency gives you a completely different structure, crystal structure, completely different functionality for dot films. So this is why this method is our basically the workhorse, and to create a toy model for more complicated problems. And it worked for us for years. We worked with different groups. This is the part in the lab. Then we go to the National Synchrotron Light Source. I mean, this is the new source, the NSLS2. Physicists are not very innovative to put new names. The old one was NSLS. They put the NSLS2. The old one was closed in 2011, and they finished this new one. I'll call it still the new one in 2015, but it was not completely open. In 2018, 2019, it started to become operational, and it was an amazing project. The whole ring is about 2 miles, and you have to use tricycles to go around the beam lines. And unfortunately, they closed part of it to the users in the COVID times. They are opening again in the 2020, 2022, and 23. This is why we did the X-ray absorption spectrum, and this is just the construction pictures I took years ago for when they are doing this one. And this is one of the beam lines we used, and we are still using. This is the NIST beam line with a collaboration with IBM. And we were the first ones that used these experiments in a different project, not in the solar cell, but ferroelectrics with the IBM. So this is I said you can see some of the tricycles in here that we can use on those. So we use these, going back to our solar cells, we have basic materials, cadmium sulfide and cadmium tellurium. These are two semiconductor materials with a closed band gap, and they're efficient, not highly efficient in the crystal structure, but you can make them more efficient in terms of the photovoltaic conversion efficiency. So what we did some experiments in the near edge. This is the spectra. I'm not going to go into the technical details, but one of the things that you can see is there's a distinguishing peak which is moving is basically a major problem in photovoltaics, the sulfur diffusion. If the sulfur from the cadmium sulfide, the bottom layer, diffuses to cadmium tellurium, the second layer, then your solar cell does not function. So if you identify this peak and see the structure of this peak, how is it going with your different deposition methods, you have a good tool that which one are going to be working, which one is not going to work. So that one was an opening for our collaboration with the National Institute of Standards and Technology. When I gave a presentation years ago, they saw that you have a good tool. Can you do 3D structures, three-dimensional solar cells? I mean, you can see on the A picture, these are kind of pillars. So instead of making a two-dimensional solar cell, basically, and all the combinations between two layers, now you have this skyscraper structures, and your surface area increases, and the combination and making the electron and hole pairs is basically going exponentially higher. So we work with them, and they created some of the base materials, but we use our pulse laser deposition to create these pattern samples, and that was our original work. This is why I was interested within cadmium tellurium, cadmium sulfide, and cadmium selenium solar cells at the time. So just not to bore you in the details, but you have to understand why the solar cell works. It's first of all, there must be a transparent part. Okay, you get sunlight, so there's a glass. But then you have you should have a kind of a transparent conducting oxide on this part, because the light should go past, but also they should be conducting electricity. And then you have these two layers I'm talking about, cadmium sulfide and cadmium tellurium. When light hits those layers, it passes through the cadmium sulfide and reaches that interface, and then make the separation. Electrons and the holes, which are the positively charged materials, not the protons, but lack of electron, you can think about it, and they separate it. And electrons are collected in one part, the plus charges are collected in the other part. So that means there's a current. So that's a battery. So when you shine light, you're basically creating some current and a battery. That's the simple explanation of the solar cell. So how do we improve these? Why do we choose these materials? First of all, their band gap is perfectly aligned. So you got the most efficient electron hole pair creation by this visible light. That's one thing. So our project with the URC related one is, what can we do more? I mean, I know how these work. We work with the NIST for these, but can we put some kind of a nanoparticles? And there was some literature basis out of that. If we put some metal particles, is it going to help? Yes, it helps. I'll come to that one. It creates a kind of a kind of pillars on those and nanoparticle structure on those. In the sunlight hits them and creates some electron and hole pairs, but electrons are multiplying without leaving the going to the electrodes. They are moving around this, making multiple scatterings, and we call the plasmonic resonances. They put in a resonance structure, so you created efficiently more and more electron hole pairs. So theoretically, it increases the efficiency. So our students, okay, we worked on these things. Can we put those silver particles, and can we with our system, and can we see these effects? Yes, and we have a electron microscopy microscope. Jewel 64 is an aging one, and we have a new MRI grant. Hopefully, we're going to get with the biology, chemistry, and physics department a new one, much better than one. This is a old one, and now it needs some maintenance. But we took the images from here, and also there's a EDX, energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy capability. when you find a particle, you can tune your electrons and you can calculate the concentration of that, how much cadmium, how much silver, how much sulfur on that. So you can make sure that this is not a dust particle, but it's a silver nanoparticle, okay? And so with it, different depositions. I'm not going to go to what the details of the depositions, but essentially what you from these micrographs, you can see that the coverage of those are different. The white ones are the mostly silver parts, and you can see big particles, less coverage, small particles, more distributed. So you can create with different PLD conditions, pulse laser deposition conditions, different structures on the morphology on the surface. So that helps a lot. And we figured out if there is systematic, okay, we found that we can create smaller diameter particles, more denser, and we had after basically trying most of the things, we calculated that which ones are giving us more coverages, small particles, or large coverage, what big particles, and what's the making a big difference out of those, okay? And it turned out to be, don't worry about the numbers. If you fill factors efficiency is the basic thing that photovoltaic conversion efficiency, but the graph tells you all the thing, all right? So the square was the no silver, okay? It's just cadmium sulfide, cadmium tellurium. Then you added some silver coverage, and you can see that the curves are rising, and the more square and higher the curve is, the better the solar cells, okay? So there's obviously a good correlation. It's a big correlation. The efficiency goes from 1.27 to 16%. And just note that these are toy models. These are not the most efficient ones. We didn't use the full deposition. We didn't use the some treatment techniques just to see the differences between those by silver. That was the thing. So these efficiencies can be going on, but what is important is you can raise almost a factor of 1 order of magnitude in physicist words, 10 times efficiency for those. That's a very promising thing, and people picked up from this one. Then we tried the same thing with this gold. Okay, gold should be the same, and then in the effect is completely reverse. When you try to put more gold, actually the curve's going down, okay? And there are some, of course, ideas why this is happening, and we started then our research to do more simulations, theoretical calculations. What's the difference between silver and gold? Gold, one of the ideas I can just tell you, this is just speculation at this point, but gold is having heavier particles, and when you try to deposit by the pulse laser deposition, the coverage is not basically as good as the silver coverage. So it is little, let's say, harder to organize nice structures of nanoparticles in the surface of cadmium sulfide by gold. That might be one of the reasons, or there might be some more plasmonic resonance effects, which the gold and the silver difference. So this is, I'm just going to give you a summary of what we are doing it. The idea is we can create these beautiful films. It doesn't always have to be cadmium sulfide, cadmium. We can use, now our students are working in different materials, which is a copper, indium, gallium, sulfur, for example. This is another one, a perovskite solar cells. But instead of just putting them into the lab and the pulse laser deposition, now we got two tools, computer simulations, TCAT, and the WXMs. One of my students are going to present today in the physics colloquium in the Petersheim. And we do a lot of simulations and see those simulations first, and then we're going to apply these things to the pulse laser deposition. Of course, Brookhaven is going to be the final part on that one. In saying that, I'm just going to give you some acknowledgement to my collaborators for over the years. Jose Gonzalez was not in this project, but I got a big grant in the Spanish for the exchange students, and the COVID was kind of hampering our exchange things. But Martin, Frank, and Jean Jordan are in IBM. We're working with that, and Joseph Wojcik is my friend in the NIST, and the Brookhaven, and Daniel Hozal was the NIST collaborator. And I'll just stop by, and by some standing showing some pictures of mine over the years. And this is Hagia Sophia and the Blue Mosque from Istanbul. And as John mentioned that I'll be in Turkey from January to June next year. I'm looking forward to this Fulbright opportunity. And this is again from Istanbul. And this is from our place in it's a blood moon a couple of years ago. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Looks like you're off the hook, Alper. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start again. We're gonna restart. Yep, okay. So we're back to the presentations. We have with us the next presentation, tracking performance of cryptocurrency funds. Dr. Han-Fei Tang is the presenter. Dr. Tang is an associate professor in the Department of Finance. His research interests include exchange traded funds, corporate finance, derivatives, family firms, financial accounting, investments, and mutual funds.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Han-Fei Tang. I go by Frank, and I'm from the Department of Finance, Stillman School of Business. And this is a joint work with my colleagues, Ken and Eleanor, both are from the Stillman. And this topic is looking at exchange traded fund. That's a fund you can buy on any stock exchange, as well as non-redeemable investment trust. And then this one focuses mainly on the cryptocurrency funds. So that's the title of this paper. So since the Bitcoin's emergence back in the year of 2009, we can see cryptocurrencies have undergone remarkable volatilities. The price goes up and come down a lot. And then, so if you look at the kind of past, well, back in the July of 2010, at that time, the price for the Bitcoin was traded at 5 cents for each Bitcoin. And then, of course, when you get to today, actually the price actually is getting around to 30,000. And during the period, actually the price come up and goes up and come down a lot. So volatility is quite high. And if you want to get into this market here, there are different ways you can get into it. You might buy actually the physical Bitcoin. For that case, you have to store it by yourself. And then you can also buy the exchange traded fund or the investment trust. So the investment trust that was first available was back in the September 2013. That was the GBTC. So this is the closed-end fund in the sense that once you buy the fund, well, whatever is going to be the shares over on the market is not going to increase, not going to decrease. Sometimes it can increase if the fund sponsor is going to actually add more shares, but it's not going to decrease. And then, well, you can also buy the BITO. So the BITO actually, BITO is the ticker. So this is the exchange traded fund that's actually approved by the SEC. And then this is the futures based. That means like this exchange traded fund is going to track using the futures contract. So those two are two main types of the funds you can buy on the exchange. And then you can actually track the performance of the Bitcoin. Well, in this paper, we have two main questions. First question, how do these funds replicate performance of cryptocurrency funds? Because when you actually go ahead to purchase those funds, your purpose is trying to actually track the Bitcoin. So how does those funds perform? So that's the first question. The second question, what are the main factors behind any potential tracking errors? So if we do see a tracking error over there, what could be the reasons or drivers? So the main preview of the results, first we find there's a premium. So when you actually buy the GBTC, well, the market price could be quite different from the actual value of the fund. So actual value of the fund is denoted as NAV, net asset value. So the market price you buy could be higher, could be lower. So, well, in median, so on average, during the entire history of GBT's history, there's a premium of kind of like around 20% for the GBTC. That means like during the entire history of GBTC, when you buy the GBTC from the market, you are paying basically 20% more than its actual price. And then this range actually is quite wide. As of now, there's a huge discount. So the minimum discount that gets to actually is kind of like negative 48.9%. So that means like when you purchase this fund on the market, well, you are purchasing a price around like half the price of the actual value. So and the premium sometimes gets to more than 100%, gets to 141.7%. So you can see the market price of the GBTC is quite different from the actual value. So that's coming from the premium results. Well, when you look at the BITO actually is quite close to its actual value. So the deviation typically is close to zero, with a median of 0.01%. And the range, actually, the minimum is kind of like 0.45% discount. Well, a premium is 0.22%. So in this sense, well, when you buy the Beetle, you do know you are buying the actual value of this of the Bitcoin. But when you actually purchase the GBTC, you actually are not sure whether you are buying the actual value of the Bitcoin or not. So that's the first result coming from premium. So the main takeaway from the previous result is that the GBTC actually could be kind of like may not track the Bitcoin market that well. So price could be quite different from the NAV. Well, if you think from the return point of view, so you want the return of your fund to be quite close to the return of the Bitcoin return. That way, actually, your performance or your fund is going to actually track the Bitcoin market well. So if you look at the Beetle, actually the performance is pretty well. So whatever is going to be return of the Bitcoin, you actually would expect the Beetle to have exactly the same percentage return. But when you get to the GBTC, well, this beta deviation can be get to kind of like around 9% level. So that could be large deviation from the GBTC return versus the Bitcoin return. And then, well, so those are the quick preview. So if you want to look into the details, here are a quick summary of the results. So if you look at the summary stat here, you can see that the Bitcoin price actually changed a lot. So the highest that gets to around is 67, almost $68,000. And then mean is given by 14,000. And then the median is $8,000. And then, well, if you look at GBTC, so we can see this GBTC fund has a premium around 20%, which we have mentioned earlier. And there's a wide range on this premium and discount. If you look at Beetle, actually Beetle premium discount is close to 0. So this tracks the Bitcoin pretty well. And then, well, we mentioned the beta results. So you can see that beta results. So if you look at the GBTC fund, this is a closed-end fund. So this closed-end fund actually tracks the Bitcoin, well, with a quite big deviation. So the target is 1-to-1 ratio. Well, this coefficient here shows 1.0897. So this, like, if you look at the deviation from 1, this is a huge deviation. But if you look at the kind of Beetle fund, well, this fund, if you look at the difference between this number and the target 1, the difference is small. It's not statistically significant. So from this beta result, we can see that the Beetle fund actually tracks the Bitcoin pretty well, but the GBTC actually has large deviation. And then when we are looking to the NAV return, inefficiency deviation over there, you can get a similar message. So let's quickly go through the total deviation. So we can see that total deviation, well, if you look at the Beetle here, so the total deviation of the second day is going to actually correct the kind of total deviation previous trading day. So that this is basically the correction of the arrow term. Well, if you look at the correction of arrow terms, each trading day, the Beetle can actually correct about half of the deviations that it had in the previous trading day. In other words, if there were any deviation, the Beetle is quite efficient in kind of like adjusting the mispricing of the previous trading day, and it can correct about half of the kind of like returns over there. Now, if you look at GBTC, basically we don't see any correction over there. And then there's also an exposure to the Bitcoin return here. So ideally, this should be 0. So we can see for Beetle, most time that's close to 0. So this is actually a kind of showing that the Bitcoin basically is doing a good job in tracking the Beetle, tracking the Bitcoin. There's no deviation. But when you get to the GBTC, the closed-end fund, we do see the deviation over there. And then, well, if you want to see the change in valuation premium here, so this actually is a direct measure of how many percentage was corrected. So we can see that for any deviation of the premium of previous trading day or left premium over there, Beetle can correct 80% of that deviation. So this is quite a significant correction over there. So this shows that this actually is quite efficient in tracking the Bitcoin market. Well, if you look at the GBTC's closed-end fund, there's like not too much in terms of kind of economic magnitude here. It's less than 5% correction over there. And then there's also exposure to the Bitcoin market. So if you look at the kind of like valuation premium changes over time, we can see that after ETF indicator is quite significant. So that means like before ETF was on the market, well, so the valuation premium was pretty high. But after the ETF is available on the market, then this valuation premium is no longer over there. So this actually shows that the ETF that we have here could be a substitution for the previous unavailable kind of like tracking or kind of funds. So the GPTC was the only fund available. But now, once the ETFs are there, then their premium decreased significantly. And if you correct, adjust or control for the time trend, this still is there. And then after control for all kinds of control variables, we still see a significant drop in the valuation premium of the GBTC. So this actually is the evidence showing that the beetles likely has served as a substitution for the GBTC. And another way to look at this is like the people's trading interest. So that's actually measured by this daily turnover. Turnover is measured as the volume or how many shares change hands divided by the total shares outstanding. So when this turnover is high, then trading interest is very high. So we see that after this new ETF came out, well, the trading term volume actually, the turnover or the volume basically decreased a lot. And this decrease is highly significant here after we control for all the variables here. So this is telling us that people are kind of like moving away from GPTC and getting to this kind of beetle or the new exchange traded fund. So this is another kind of like evidence showing that the ETF is kind of better than the traditional closed-end fund. Well, this valuation premium is also shown by this figure here. So we can see that there's a drop, and basically it was a premium situation before the ETF came out. Well, this kind of like 2021, February of 24th. So that's the time when this new fund comes out. So the second day after the new fund comes out, this premium becomes discount. So this is quite significant. And this decrease in the valuation premium basically is also demonstrated in the previous table that we actually did a regression and controlled for. So in conclusion, well, overall results actually indicate that the market price of non-redeemable funds, such as GBTC, it can differ significantly from their actual value NAV. Second, well, the Bitcoin ETF in our study has better kind of tracking performance compared to non-redeemable Bitcoin trust over there. So this is showing that when you actually want to go ahead to buy the Bitcoin or want to trade the Bitcoin, the ETF is a better instrument, financial instrument for you to actually get exposure to the Bitcoin. And the analysis also indicated that the GBTC valuation premium is actually shifting from a premium to a discount after the crypto ETF was introduced. So this actually is a substitution effect that actually people are moving away from the closed-end fund to the exchange traded fund. In summary, our findings suggest that the ETF structure provides better pricing efficiency and serve as a better effective alternative to the non-redeemable investment trust. And our research has several policy implications for investors like us, also to regulators and policymakers. And one takeaway is that although we looked into the crypto funds, but if you actually think about the other funds, such as equity fund, if you want to get exposure to the stock market, well, you have different choices. You might think about those closed-end funds, or sometimes you even think about the mutual funds. That's the dominant way that people are investing traditionally, right? But what our study here shows that, well, going forward, you might have a better choice. So if you are going to actually use the exchange traded fund, for example, if you want to get exposure to the SP 500, you might actually go ahead and purchase the exchange traded fund of SPY as a ticker. That way, actually, you are going to actually track the market better, and you are charged a lower fee. So that could be a better way to go for you guys. And if you think about the exposure to the fixed income fund, right? So for the fixed income or for the kind of like treasury bond or treasury bills or corporate bonds, there are also different products. There are different categories. You can actually go ahead with mutual funds. You can also buy exchange traded funds. If you have two choices over there, our results actually are showing that probably going ahead with exchange traded fund is a better choice. So that's for the investors. For regulators, actually, well, the regulators actually should go ahead to think more about offering the product of this exchange traded fund. The ETF is going to be better for the entire economy, for the entire financial market, because it's transparent and it's going to actually incur lower cost. And then for the policymakers, let's say if you are going to work for the SEC, well, it's wise that SEC has already approved the product of this futures-based, the Bitcoin or Beetle fund. So that's actually a wise choice. And going forward, it's better to actually try to avoid to use those closed-end funds or kind of like don't approve those kind of funds because that actually is not as efficient as the exchange traded fund. So that's the main result of this paper. Do we have any questions? Yeah.
So I'm going to ask a very simple question. And I'm pulling this from Paul Krugman in the New York Times. He's essentially raising the question about the role of cryptocurrencies.
Yes.
Because his point is that what made them attractive in the first place was that they slipped the bounds of many of the regulations and the trails. And what you're suggesting is there ought to be policies around them for the protection of people's investments.
That's right.
So what then would be the attraction of cryptocurrency? Because if I'm understanding what you're presenting here, as soon as they got a measure of public visibility and more transparent trading,
right,
the market itself then corrected it down to eliminating the premium. So
that's right.
I want to ask his question then again.
Yeah.
What is the
attraction
of cryptocurrencies, since they kind of have to be regulated
That's
so
right.
that investors know what they're getting?
That's a very good question. So basically, if I rephrase your question, so originally people are attracted into cryptocurrency was because that it wasn't as regulated as others. So people actually are able to actually go ahead to use that product, maybe for some purpose. And then that's original attraction. Well, that's correct. That's one of the attractions. There are other attractions as well. And then this paper's focus actually slightly different. So this paper actually focused on the funds. If you want to look at the fund, your fund is going to track the underlying, let's say, crypto or any other product, which fund structure is more effective. So that's the main focus of this. So let me get back to your question. So if you are thinking about why would this fund be interesting to investors? Well, first, cryptos are attractive for a lot of reasons. One reason is what you have mentioned, but there are some other reasons. For another reason is that, for example, if you look at gold, why are gold attractive? Well, that's because gold is rare. We can easily generate a lot of golds, right? So for that case, then people think, well, rare commodities can serve as kind of value preservation, right? So that actually is a way to kind of like control that so that people cannot actually generate a lot of gold so that we have this inflation that's going on. So similar purpose for the cryptocurrencies, let's say for Bitcoin, well, it has a limit. So the upper limit actually is 21 million Bitcoins. No matter like how long it goes, it's never going to surpass that upper limit. So due to that property, then, well, this real kind of like scarcity is one big reason that Bitcoin is so valuable. And if this kind of like scarcity is there, then, well, if you think about holding gold, there's a possibility we may go to Mars or go to some kind of like other places. We may find a lot of gold. So in that case, well, yeah, we might have that issue that gold may not be a way to control the kind of value like in future time. But if you think about the Bitcoin, because this upper limit is already set over there, so there's no way human being can actually surpass unless you don't kind of like create a different currency. But for this cryptocurrency of Bitcoin is never going to surpass that. So in that sense, the Bitcoin is superior to gold in that sense. And there are some other reasons that Bitcoin or the cryptocurrency is attractive. For example, if you actually think about gold, you have to have gold to be stored somewhere because it's physical. But if you think about Bitcoin, as long as you memorize the code or the key, then you don't have to have storage of the Bitcoin. So in that sense, well, it's easier for you to actually kind of keep the value of Bitcoin, assuming the value is there. And then this is also true that, well, as you mentioned before, there could be like, let's say internationally. Well, if you carry gold kind of from a country to another country, you have to report it. But if you think about a Bitcoin, if you are going to carry a Bitcoin from one country to another country, well, you just memorize that code. You don't have to report. So in that sense, that actually is why this could be attractive to a lot of people in that way. Yeah. So in short, well, the main focus of our paper is looking at the fund, tracking the underlying assets. And then we do find ETF is more effective than the some other structures. That's the main finding over there. But if we want to actually get into the details of the Bitcoin cryptocurrency, we can have a lot of other discussions. Yeah.
I apologize for taking you away from your paper, but I wanted to know the driving reason why one would wanna, okay.
That's a very good question. Yeah, that's actually one of the main drivers for the Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency to be popular. Yeah, very good. Any other questions do we have? Okay, if no question, then
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Hongfei. Our next speaker is Patrick Manning. On the topic Christianity for Contemporary Education. Patrick is Associate Professor and Chair of Pastoral Theology in the School of Theology. He specializes in the area of practical theology with a particular interest in religious education and catechesis. He has a background in parish catechesis and Catholic education. His current research and praxis focus on methods of religious education and faith formation, Christian spirituality, and contemplative pedagogy. Patrick.
Thank you very much. An unexpected introduction. That was nice. So first of all, I'll say, I don't know if this was stated at some point previously, but this is research coming out of a university research grant. So thank you to the grants office, to the university. I enjoyed working on it very much appreciated. So this, in a sense, this research project was inspired by our strategic plan, by efforts of the university to harvest our treasures. And in this case, as a theologian, a Christian theologian, I wanted to harvest some of the treasures of our Christian tradition. And so looking at some of the challenges that universities, including Catholic universities, have faced in recent years, the challenges surrounding mental health, surrounding just the challenges we face in the classroom with our students and everything they've endured in recent years, and just the perennial struggles of working together in higher education. We try to address these in many different ways, but I wanted, as a Christian theologian, to try and draw something out of the Christian tradition to address these kind of challenges. And so I'm turning specifically to the contemplative tradition of Christianity, which in the strictest sense, contemplative prayer is a kind of prayer of simply resting in God's presence. Doesn't really involve much activity, but this has broader implications in terms of just slowing down, trying to do what we do more deeply, trying to be connected, more connected to one another. And so I have just a sampling here of some of the different sources that I was looking at in my research, but just to summarize, these were, I was looking at sources about the Christian tradition, and in particular the monastic tradition. So I was doing some work of recovery and trying to understand how contemplatives, how monastics have gone about education in the past, but then bringing that into dialogue with more contemporary research in cognitive science, in psychology, and also interfacing with this burgeoning field of contemplative studies, which is not necessarily religious in its presuppositions. So to make this hopefully interesting for the crowd, I want to frame what I'm going to present out of my research in terms of just thinking about how we might go about a day at a place like Seton Hall in a more contemplative manner, and what might be some of the benefits of this. So to think about how we begin our days, there is an adage, a phrase that was sometimes placed over the doorways in the cells of monks, ago quadragis, which means simply do what you're doing. Whatever you're supposed to be doing at that moment, do that thing and not anything else. Which I think is really helpful when you think about, I don't know about you, but frequently when I'm coming onto campus to start my day, I'm rushing in. Maybe if you've gotten off of the parkway, you're not exactly in the best mental space and you're still fuming over that. But this tradition would encourage us to, to arrive and be present to what we're actually supposed to be doing. And so some of the concrete practices that can help us in doing this would be, one, trying to take up some rituals of arriving where we actually are. So, for example, doing something to ground ourselves in our body, even just to take some deep breaths, just to be aware of the weight of my body in the seat. Because we can only be present in our body in the present moment. We can't be in our body in the past or the future. So our body has a way of grounding us in that kind of way. And more to this point of just doing what we're doing intentionally, it's helpful to just focus deeply on the present task and limit our distractions. I say to people in a room of people on their computers, I'm aware, because, and I'm guilty of this as anyone, it's very easy to be constantly, working on one thing while the email is up and getting distracted by the constant pinging. But most people I think are aware at this point that we're actually less effective, less productive when we are multitasking, as indicated in this study down here. And it's also really helpful, not just at the beginning of the day, but throughout the day, moving from one activity to another, to transition in an intentional kind of way. So for example, after sending an email, after finishing a class, leaving a meeting, to do something even as simple as just taking a breath, to be aware that, okay, that thing is done, and now I'm going to move into the next thing. Recent studies have found, for example, this one of Donald and his collaborators, found that when people are able to do this, they are less stressed out, but actually better able to respond to unexpected events, to respond to the stresses that arise throughout the day. So some of the advantages of beginning our days in an intentional sort of way. Many of us here at the university, we're coming to the campus, and one of the first things we do is head to the classroom to teach. So thinking about how we enter into the classroom and go about this. One of the practices that I spent some time learning more about and took inspiration from is this practice of Lectio Divina, which is the Benedictines structured this in these 4 steps of reading, praying, rather meditating, praying, and then contemplating, or sort of resting in the text or in God's presence. And the model this offers us is we're so often in the classroom, we're racing to get through material, we are racing against the clock. This invites a different kind of approach in which we really enter deeply into the subject matter, and even deeply into the conversation with one another. So there are these days a good number of faculty at the university who will begin class with some sort of meditation to basically to help the students get ready to learn, because we're not robots, we're not computers, we don't just download information. Our ability to learn really depends on how well we are mentally present, how comfortable we feel in the setting with the other people there. And so beginning class with some sort of meditation to help people arrive and get ready to learn does actually promote learning, helps people to focus. I won't go through every single bullet point here, but some of these other kind of practices that we can adopt in the classroom are inspired by Lectio Divina would be things like a slow reading of text. For many of us faculty, we're finding it that we can assume less and less that our students have completed the reading that was assigned for the day. And so just being realistic about that situation, it's oftentimes worthwhile to actually read at least a small bit of the text in the classroom, knowing that we'll have done something, at least something, carefully together. And again, pointing to some of the contemporary science and studies that have been done on these kind of things, there's now abundant evidence that doing some kind of meditation in the classroom helps to enhance students' attention, their focus. It also decreases anxiety. And learning, I also cited up here this practice of really learning to listen deeply to one another. Studies are finding that when students cultivate a kind of compassion and ability to really connect with one another, that that actually in itself enhances learning, helps them to process the material better. So perhaps if we imagine moving out of the classroom and into a meeting, I found that there are lots of implications or applications for how we work together, how we conduct our meetings together. So again, some of the inspiration that I found here coming out of the Christian tradition, one is just the basic understanding that for Christians, we recognize God in all people, that we really believe that the divine is present in every person that we encounter, and yet it's really probably pretty rare that we actually treat people that way in our daily exchanges. So how can we bring that kind of mentality into our work together, into our meetings? There are some institutions that have instituted what's sometimes referred to as a warrior bow. So actually, greeting one another with a bow, obviously something that's done in Asian cultures as well at times. Just a way of, again, recognizing that we are entering into the presence of other human beings, so that we can begin to talk with one another like human beings, rather than maybe something to be overcome or someone that we're negotiating with or against. Again, similar to the classroom, there are practices that we can adopt of really learning to listen deeply to one another, to refrain from thinking about the next thing that we want to say, but to really listen as attentively as we can and try and understand deeply what the other person is saying, even if it's something that we don't necessarily agree with. And the research in these kind of practices, I refer here to this Let's study about the loving kindness, or sometimes called the meta meditation. They find that people who engage in this kind of meditation, prepare themselves to do this kind of work, tend to be more compassionate, exhibit more pro-social behavior. So if we want to work in a context where we all feel more human, we feel like the people care about us and we're just able to get along better, it might behoove us to adopt some of these practices. So thinking about moving out of the meeting room and back into the office or into the library and doing our research or our study. The modern university, in a way, is really has arose out of the early medieval monastic schools, really arising out of the monasteries, where study flowed out of prayer, and where even study was understood as a sort of meditation or contemplation of mystery, of God's work in the world. And so that's a very different approach to research or to study than we tend to adopt today, where so often we're driven or motivated to do research in order to publish, to rack up publications, to generate statistics and downloads and views and citations and that sort of thing. And this tradition would point us to a different mode where we're really entering into our research more deeply. So, for example, practices of really trying to nurture a sense of wonder and curiosity, even allowing ourselves the luxury of reading things for pure interest. Likewise, not constantly racing to get the next publication out, but actually giving research the time that it needs to mature, to develop into something that is worthwhile. There's some scholars who even suggested that no one should publish anything before it has kind of sat on the desk for 10 years and had time to mature and see if it stands the test of time. And it's hard to imagine a university would have the tolerance for that sort of thing. but certainly suggesting that we do something that is mature and really has something of lasting value to offer. But in terms of the benefits that are pointed out by contemporary science, there's some of this research on this idea of flow, of people really being able to immerse, to sort of get into the zone with their research and what they're doing, has been demonstrated to be more motivating for people in doing their research, and also to produce more creative research. And likewise, in terms of, I find this study really fascinating that Lisa Miller cites, that people who are more curious, who have more of an open mindset, literally see more. They've run tests on where they're flashing images of different colors, different patches in people's field of vision, and people who have more this curiosity mindset are actually able to see both fields simultaneously, whereas people who have more tunnel vision, who are more fixated, literally do not see as much. And so I'll bring us to sort of the end of the day. So often we conclude our days in the way that we began, racing to get the last little bit of time out of the clock before we have to run home to pick up the kids or cook dinner or whatever the case might be. But the Christian tradition would really encourage us to set bounds to the work that we do, and to take time to give thanks for what we've been able to accomplish. So even some concrete practices, maybe I'll just cite one for the sake of time. In even contemporary monasteries, they often have a practice of when they hear that the bell for prayer rings, you drop whatever you're doing immediately. You don't finish your email, you don't finish the carving you're working on, you drop it and you go to prayer, which really has a psychological effect of setting bounds and reminding us what really is important in life. Is this email the most important thing in my life? Again, maybe I'll just point to one of these contemporary studies. They find that that employees who are able to develop some sort of attachment from their work actually have fewer symptoms of psychological strain, and this does not come at the cost of productivity. And some people are actually making the case for a shorter work week, arguing that it would maintain productivity and making people happier and healthier. So I think I'm just about at my end of my time. I indicate here some of where I'm going forward with this research, but I'll leave that all for now. So thank you very much, everyone, for your attention.
Questions?
Please, yeah, this question may not be so relevant to what you have done in your research. So in the modern world, this AI world, right? We have, let's say, ChatGPT, everything is coming here. So how will that affect our future life in terms like this cycle from beginning of day all the way to the end of the day at school? Do you have any kind of like conjecture or forecast of what's going to impact our Seton Hall, like faculty and the students?
Yeah. I don't know that I would wager a prediction. I think it's a really fascinating question. And, you know, I'm thinking about this letter that Elon Musk and others had recently signed, you know, warning for a pause. And I think that in itself is interesting. You know, I mentioned the rate at which we're often trying to do research and publish and things like that. And it's interesting that, you know, here are these top, you know, scientists, researchers who are advocating for a pause largely for ethical reasons. Just, you know, we're often just racing to generate whatever new things we can without pausing to think about what's the effect that it's going to have on our lives. So I think that in itself is really interesting. But as they highlight in that letter, I think that on the one hand, you know, there is potential good of this technology. It's, you know, as many innovations have in the past, you know, we have cars and dishwashers and washing machines, which they save us time and labor so that we're able to do other things that might be, you know, might be more worthwhile or pleasant. So certainly AI could open up more of that for us in the future. But of course, as they point out, there are also great risks to this technology that it could overwhelm us. We don't know where it can go because it's this black box. And so we need to pause to think about what are the ramifications and how are we going to control how it goes going forward? So I don't know, but it's a really interesting question. Thank you. Please.
My mind wanders back to my own work, and your line of inquiry is, this is less a question than maybe an avenue for you.
Well,
your line of inquiry reminds me of the work of the political philosopher Danielle Allen, who's at Harvard, who wrote a book about her experiences with a continuing education course at the University of Chicago. So very open program. They took the people who wanted to come in, and her course was the basis of the book called Our Declaration. And it was literally a line by line reading of the Declaration, the sort of embedded context and allusions. Often they would only read a sentence at a time. That would be the entire session's work. And what she found was the sort of slowing down and picking apart and deep reading of a text that allegedly everyone knew accomplished many of the things you're talking about. It slowed them down. It took them out of context. It reflected back, got them to reflect back on their lives. What role politics does and should play in their lives, positively, not necessarily negatively. And it might be worth it taking a look. It's hit the New York Times bestseller list, and she's not wonky. She's a good writer. But it made me think about, a kind of enforced leisure of the mind in the form of a course. To be good in this course, you have to slow down. Was basically her guiding ethos.
Yeah. No, I really think it's an approach worth considering these days for so many reasons. For one, as I said, we so much in our culture right now conspires against deep attention and deep everything is so quick. And we're simply not accustomed to the kind of deep thinking that I mean, again, generates the most useful kind of knowing. It's also, as you're hinting at, I mean, there's something that's just gratifying, that's calming about doing things more slowly. But it's, as some of us have done this in our classes already at the university, we find that it is something that our students have to get used to. I mean, oftentimes it's really hard to slow down, but very often after they've done it a bit, they're really grateful for it. And they actually come to insist on it in our classes, because sometimes, if we offer that in our classes, sometimes it's the only opportunity they have in their day or their week to slow down in that kind of way. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's there. Listen, we run an efficient research presentation. So I will introduce you. No hurry. It's not what you said, it's how you said it. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that. Subtitles: Speech Indicators of Concussion. Presented by Sona Patel. I've been having trouble. And Karen Grabowski. Sona is Associate Professor in the Department of Speech Language Pathology. With her background in signal processing, speech science, and psychology, she brings an interdisciplinary perspective to the speech and hearing sciences. Specifically, her unique background allows her to look at complex issues from the perspective of multiple disciplines and synthesize the various explanations to develop a more complete picture than would be possible from any one discipline. That's sort of what I do. I steal from political theory in the same sort of way. Karen is Director of Clinical Education, and is Clinical Assistant Professor in the same department, Speech Language Pathology. Her work is focused on developing effective methods for clinical education in alignment with program curricula while providing mentorship and coaching to students during their clinical training. Her research interests are broad but aligned with her role and expertise and include examining the relationship of cognitive impairment and dysphagia in various populations, patient adherence to clinical programming, practice patterns of speech-language pathologists in rehabilitation, and clinical training and assessment. It is also worth adding that Karen and Sona are colleagues in the Office of the Provost, Karen most recently. Welcome, fellow victims.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so thank you for the introduction, Dean Buschman. A little bit about us. We have been working on this project for 5 years. It actually was the project that started our collaboration together, beyond just being involved in the Department of Speech Language Pathology. So we're going to share with you some of the results of our work. This is the work that has been funded by the New Jersey Commission on Brain Injury Research. And it was most recently published in Frontiers of Psychology. So that's a little bit of what we're showing you today. And we'll just co-present. We like to tag team. So just a broad beginning. We've heard of the term concussion, but I feel like it's one of those terms like whiplash that you hear, but you may not actually know what it entails or what it really means. So if we start with this layman's definition of a concussion, it results from an impact to the individual, and this could be to the head or even neck-ish area, but it causes a sort of shaking of the brain inside the skull. And that shaking of the brain then is not in a specific region, it's diffuse. I mean, it's happening all over, and as a result, it causes a number of different impairments that are observable through a variety of behaviors, from how quickly one thinks, so speed of processing. Sometimes it's how you remember information. It can be even to things like balance, and other visual impairments, and most notably, it also will result in some speech impairments. An interesting thing about concussions are that concussions are not, it's a class of this category of traumatic brain injury, but they're not detectable using standard imaging methodology like structural MRIs or CAT scans. And it has resulted in what I think is a really big misconception in the field that, and just generally, that concussions aren't so serious because it doesn't result in a structural or physical brain damage, but you just have symptoms. And the reality is, if you have symptoms, it's as a result of some sort of impairment that has happened. So the reality is that our technology, our imaging methodology is simply just not capturing the level of damage that has occurred, which is occurring at more of a cellular level. But there is damage, and hence the variety of symptoms that occur. So diagnosis, this is important for diagnosis because we can't resort to this imaging methodology to say, yes, that is a concussion, see here on the image. You have to then diagnose by means of symptoms. So this involves asking the athlete, how are you feeling? Do you have any, particular symptoms? Can you focus? They may do some orientation questions. Do you know what day it is? It may go, you may do things like multiple commands to see, are they able to concentrate and follow the logic? We may assess balance, some physical activities and functions, and then also the cognitive functions. But what you may get out of this is there's some level of subjectivity there, particularly what happens if you score okay on some of the tests, but you score maybe even better on a couple tests, and then you score worse on a couple of other tests. So what does that total picture represent? And this is the problem that we face, and why other methods of diagnosis are really needed, because we would like to be able to say with more certainty through an objective measure that, yes, this is indicative of a concussion. We'd like to be able to measure that. So, like I said, these speech changes do occur. And in fact, speech has been noted to change in a variety of neurological conditions and disorders. So we have some of them listed here, that speech changes in a stroke as a result of neurological diseases like Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, as well as ALS. I would be hard pressed to find neurological conditions that have not reported speech changes occurring. I think most of them have some nuances of the speech that do change. So we sought to examine then the speech changes that occur in concussion, just to kind of figure out what is changing, with this ultimate goal of looking for whether we can use these speech changes as a biomarker, as an indicator of the injury. So this is our broad methodology. We participate in baselining in the student athletes here. Like I said, we've been testing them for about 5 years now, which means that, and some backstory, all of the athletes here undergo baselining or baseline testing, which is sort of this way of assessing function across physical activities, and then also across some cognitive activities, so how you're thinking. They also do, I think, psychological.
Yeah, so a lot of this testing actually ties to the current standard of care in concussion assessment. So this baselining is conducted so that there's some comparative data for when individuals are injured across the symptom inventory, like Sona was talking about, as well as their capabilities and balance, some cognitive tests for looking at processing speed, how they're able to manage different amounts of information, like saying numbers in reverse and forward, and those types of tests. Again, highlighting the baseline component, and why we're partnering in that is that it occurs as standard of care in those current measurements that are taken for concussion assessment, just in standard practice in sports medicine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we incorporated a speech testing as part of their standard of care. And we have been, and hence we've tested over 300 athletes. They just participate at baseline testing. We go through the whole battery that we would then want to assess after injury. So right now, as part of the study that we're reporting, we have 27 individuals who have sustained a concussion and then underwent speech testing. The test that we're talking to you about today is called a picture description. It's just used to elicit speech. They're talking about a picture. And so what you can see from the timeline is that we're testing them, in fact, longitudinally. So we're testing them at baseline, and then we're testing them immediately after injury. So if I'm in a meeting and we're
Yes.
like, we gotta go,
We're
it's
like
because
meeting, it's because like, who's going to panics right now.
we're trying to catch them within the 24-hour time period.
We've also been told to not act so happy when we get those messages that someone's been injured.
That's right.
It's exciting.
So, and we test them also when they are cleared to return to play. So we're getting now, even as part of standard of care, their full typical assessment. So physical, cognitive assessments that would take place. We've sort of, I think, informed standard of care to say, let's do the full battery at the time that they are going back.
Discharge from program. Yeah.
And then to do the speech testing then as well. And then we follow up one more time at about a month, 4 to 6 weeks. So again, we're talking about only the immediate post-injury right now, the 24-hour time period, but it just gives you a sense of our protocol. You want to talk us through this?
Sure. So, because we didn't know exactly what we would be finding in the speech assessment, we devised a framework for analyzing the speech samples that we were collecting that borrowed from a couple different areas of clinical work and scientific work in speech language pathology. So the way that the motor speech system and the speech production system works is highly complex, and I won't bring you all in on a journey right now, but just to explain, there are some things that are just purely motoric in nature. So there are some types of disorders that can occur in speech production, or errors in speech production, that can just be because of the way that the motor pathways are functioning in the individual from the brain to the muscles. And then there are some types of errors that can occur based on the way that some of the more cortical areas of the brain that are responsible for your cognitive constructs and, the way that linguistic representation occurs in your lexicon exist, and errors can occur because of damages or dysfunctions in those areas. So we really devised this comprehensive coding system to capture across the span of cognitive linguistic function, communication function, and speech production to decide maybe where some of the breakdowns might be occurring for individuals with concussion. So you'll see here, this is actually the exact coding system that we published and utilized. What we did was we captured these monologues that the students would produce, or the student athletes would produce while they were doing the picture description task at baseline. And then the monologues would again be produced when they were doing the picture description task after injury. We transcribed all of those samples and then worked through a coding process where we were able to attach codes to all of the different errors that occurred in every single sample. So it was a manually completed coding process, and it was a labor of love. And we'll share a little bit about what we found through that process.
Yeah. And so the final thing I'll note, because I know it's small print, but there are 6 categories then based on, I think, the type of error pattern that we see. So if it's a motoric based, if it's a timing based, if it's sort of a change in direction. And so they're grouped accordingly, and we'll come back to that when we think about the results. I hope we're set up for audio. I didn't give you warning, I know.
Yes.
Okay, we'll try it out. So we thought to just play out the samples for you. It would have been more fun to play them as a game, but apparently my animation didn't work, so it's already telling you what to look for. You know the answer. But we can do a little listen to see if you hear those changes. So again, we'll play the before injury, the after injury, and what you're looking out for is the pausing, the change in pausing. Let's start with the, if I can. Oh, did I send you the PDF? Is that one? Oh, well, we could play them, but I can play them afterwards, I suppose. I thought I was using my computer, so no samples even for you right now at this moment. Sorry, with the buildup. We could talk you through. So what happens is when we did the coding, we observed that there were a lot of changes where people were pausing in a way, and we can take you through just the words of this example. So you might hear something like, there's a woman, she's standing there, she's washing dishes, but the sink is overflowing, and then another thought. So there are pauses sometimes where one wouldn't insert a pause, and there are also pauses that just seem to be prolonged, to be unnaturally longer than what you would normally pause at that point in time. And then the second type of error that we saw was the use of time fillers. So what we thought about was maybe for some folks who are functioning better than others, you don't actually have to pause in speech to think through what you want to say, but you can actually fill that time with some empty words. So you can use words like like, to fill the gap, and it bridges your sentences between thoughts, your ideas. So the example here, the stool's kind of like on its side, and then it continues. So you're still talking. There's no empty space. It's not the stools like, you know, it's not a blank pause. You're filling it. So it sounds fluent, but in fact, the words that people are saying are
Empty.
They're not functional. They're not conveying the thought. And in fact, then our results, what we found is if we go back to those 6 categories here, so this is the articulation, the pausing category, prolongations, repetitions, are you repeating things, revisions, are you changing them, and then time fillers, are you filling them with those empty words? We found that those pauses and the time fillers, those categories of errors are the ones that substantially increased after a concussion. And so we're just continuing data collection. We're seeing if this pattern continues longitudinally. Do we see a resolution of these errors at a certain point in time? Hopefully they align with the time that everyone is sent back to play. If they aren't aligning, then the question is, are they, you know, why? And is it indicative of something that is residual? Is that residual impairment a problem? Or is it something that is going to maybe indicate that they have an increased chance of sustaining a second injury? So these are some of the questions that we're looking at as we go forward. And I think that's all we got for you. Just acknowledgement of funding and our references. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
This does show results. Would you want this to be added throughout and then the next season again? I only say this, my son plays hockey.
Yes.
So he's a different university. And when he had juniors, he had a concussion. And so that's the first part. And I don't know that they tested anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel? Fine.
Was this recent?
No, because juniors is before you go to college. So that, he's graduating hopefully.
Oh, good.
So that would have been prior to that finance.
So the first thing is that what's been exciting about getting into this work is that, you know, the attention to concussion just across levels of competition and the standard of care has continued to improve. We certainly have goals of identifying, if not a way of having this incorporated, having it be the best way for testing to occur is what we aspire to. And through the analysis, just like you're pointing to, being able to look longitudinally at this data to figure out what the metric is, what the thresholds are, and where things are changing or not changing is where we need to go in order for that to happen. So you're spot on with really what our aims are to develop this as a tool. All of our work, we work really hard to make sure that all of our research has an aim towards like right to the bedside or right to the, I don't know, the
patient,
table,
yeah.
an AT,
Yeah.
right, they're on the table, so that we're able to make those changes in clinical practice.
Now you may not have an answer to this. Because of this one concussion, playoffs were coming up in a few days. The only reason I know this is he was still a minor and I take it, I had to be informed.
Yeah.
They put him in a hyperbaric chamber, actually 3 different times. And does the addition of this oxygen change the results of the speech or the test he was given?
That's really interesting. We don't know at this time, but
Yeah.
it would be.
It's very interesting. I have to be honest, I don't know the specifics on the mechanism other than the broad like application of hyperbaric, right? But to the neural piece, but it's possible. I don't know if it would have direct implications that would be measurable. But you would think if it was expediting recovery, that those types of interventions could play into what we're measuring most definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they did it once, twice, then we played the first playoff game, then we did another one, then we did one playoff. No, what, how long does the baseline test take? Because I know it's got to take it a lot.
Kind of contention.
In theory, 5.67
We
minutes.
keep adding, but, as we're able to, but we really, in the generous collaboration that we've had with sports medicine, we have to be mindful of that time and we schedule a collaboration with them. And again, the aim is for this to be a readily, accessible tool. So we also want to make sure that our testing is brief because if we want it to be something that eventually can be even shimmied down to something more efficient and practical in use.
Yeah, there are different ways to go. You could be more comprehensive and take more time, but in the field of athletics, I think they're always strapped for time. I mean, everyone's strapped for time, but they're super strapped for time. So I don't think that they would use a tool if it took long.
No.
Absolutely. So that is what we're working with. Because it's research, we do take liberties, but the idea would be we're looking for a very quick assessment.
Now, I think that, but in the long term, because you hear about athletes like fighters that have people that have problems that don't many concussions.
Yeah.
Would this be a part of that speech part?
We are looking to implement it broadly. I think that the value, one of the major values is even in diagnosing the milder forms of injury. We're talking about injuries that you may not have amnesia, you may not black out. These are the injuries that are really just reliant on symptom reporting. Yeah, we don't know if they're injured or not. You look okay, you send you back to play, and we all know what happens when sometimes that, yeah.
And we're lucky as part of our protocol, sometimes we'll be notified when there are these borderline injuries, they'll call us in. So we have a set of folks that we've also been able to have consent and test so that we can kind of also identify where that boundary might exist on the milder end of injury.
And you're only working with the athletes, right? No, I've had other students that have got concussions from.
Oh, call us.
Yeah. We drop and run.
In the protocol, we have control, non-athlete controls of the IRB, so.
Sorry, you have a concussion, you can't come, you should be looking at.
Yeah. And those are some of our other areas, actually, part of the work that's not aligned with this exact study that we're reporting on, but within the work is to identify like the recovery process, the resources that are needed, the timeline that exists, and how we can better support athletes or anybody that sustained a concussion is returning to work or academics and all of that.
Yeah,
as well.
For sure. Yeah.
I have an unhelpful observation.
Okay.
A lot of what you described there, in terms of symptoms of a concussion. One mimicking tends to see lawyers talk this way because they're measuring the words so carefully because of the context and the decisions made based on their words. I was very struck by your mimicking of the recordings. And of course, we work with a few lawyers here at Seton Hall. And I was struck by the similarities. There's no research value of that observation.
There might be.
But it's not, maybe getting a law degree is like getting a concussion.
That is the hypothesis.
The title of the next paper.
No, we'll include you on the next pub, but I think that what you're actually highlighting is what we are exploring, the nature of why these types of errors are the ones that we notice in concussion and what that actually represents. Right. So you're referring to thought and the piecing together of a complex idea or making sure that you're saying things in a way that's most appropriate for the circumstance. That requires a cognitive load, right? So there are elements of concussion and where that injury occurs that we're actually very curious about. So you're spot on, actually. I know I'm trying to be funny, but it's true.
Well, even to speak to, the next paper on just pausing and pausing structures, there's some people who naturally have a cadence where they're pausing more frequently. And so you have to then take a look at, well, what is it in the pausing that actually indicates disorder or dysfunction? And what is just a way of speaking? Yeah, so I think that's.
And this is where the baseline piece also comes. It's probably really critically has been appreciated.
Yeah.
You know.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That concludes this year's Petersheim Academic Exposition, the research showcase. An interesting set of papers and presentations. It is being recorded A to Z except for Mitra's, correct? Okay, so it will be available on the OGRS webpage. And of course, we expect an influencer to come across it and make us worldwide famous. Look, from concussions to cryptocurrency, where can you go wrong? So thank you all for attending. Thank you all for presenting. Thank Dr. Cheng again for doing this for the 8,755th year in a row. And Dr. Lopez for being your partner in crime. Thank you very much.